I'd just really like to say a fantastic welcome and so excited to see people on the screen. I didn't think it would be like this, all informal. I'm sure it won't be for long. But it's a great pleasure that Greenwich University have been very much on board with this event. I thought it might be, I'd hire a room and we'd all sit together, 20 of us. I would like to thank people for coming, especially people who've actually traveled from abroad very bravely, and people who are speaking from overseas. I mean, this work is essentially international. For the last 25 years, we've all been working together on the European Reminiscence Network, a very, very important group of friends developing new ways of looking at dementia and reminiscence and the arts. So it's going to be a very broad set of topics today, but they do all relate, and I'm sure it'll add up to a very stimulating event. So before we start, I do particularly want to thank the backup team who've helped me out of innumerable messes already. But Suzanne and Dave Hockham and Kadu and Raza all really holding hands with me and helping me through this very alarming process. So I'm going to hand over to Dave, who's going to deal with all the housekeeping matters.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning, afternoon, depending where you are in the world. Hello, good day, and welcome to the Creative Performing Oral History Symposium. I'm Dave Hockham. I'm the theatre manager at the University of Greenwich, where we will be live tomorrow. And it's my great pleasure to welcome everybody here and to say thank you, Pam Schweitzer, for pulling together what I think will be a really exciting 3 days. It falls to me to talk about some of the netiquette, the ways in which we'll be working across these 3 days, specifically online. And we've been online now for maybe 2 years of the pandemic. So everything I'm going to say will likely not be new, but perhaps it's quite useful just to remind ourselves. So across today and on Wednesday, we've got panels of speakers speaking, maybe 2 people or 3 people, chaired by an individual, which you'll hopefully see on the programme that's been sent out advance. And I'm hoping that the team can post that programme in the chat, just in case anybody is having difficulties navigating there. During those presentations, please can I ask you to have your mics off, but we do invite you to keep your cameras on. There's nothing quite as frustrating as speaking into the void. The Q&A will be at the end of the 2 or 3 speakers, and I'm very aware that during these things lots of questions might begin to permeate. We might want to start asking speakers questions, so we do invite you to pop those into the chat as we move along, which allows the chairs then to gather those questions and then to begin the Q&A with the questions that have already started to be generated through the discussions. If you haven't come up with a question ahead of time, but you would like to ask a question, I invite you to either write it in the chat as before, or you can raise your hand, which you'll find in Zoom under the reactions button. So if you were to click reactions and to click raise hand, a hand will appear, and then the chair should be able to see that within the participant list. To lower your hand, you do exactly the same thing again. You hit reactions and then lower hand. There is a break between each panel, probably a fairly generous break of around 10 minutes, and that's because we're really aware that these online events can be exhausting. Please do take the time to rest your eyes and your ears. If you are speaking in the next presentation, you can use the breakout room where we can set you up and make sure everything's working before we pop you back into the main space to share your presentations. If things were to go wrong today, which is possible, we're online, not live, then there is an email address that you can contact, which will be popped into the chat. It'll be Raza or somebody from the FLAS events team. If you get kicked out for whatever reason, you can contact them via email and they'll be able to get you back into the right space. A couple of wider housekeeping notes. This session or these sessions will be recorded. We'll just be recording the presentations. We won't be recording the Q&As. And these presentations will eventually arrive online on the University of Greenwich's webpage. And then a couple of thank yous from me. I'd like to thank Pam Schweitzer for pulling us all together across these 3 days. Thank you. There's also the Oral History Society, specifically the special interest groups of the Creative Oral Histories and the LGBT+ special interest group, as well as the LGBT+ staff community here at the University of Greenwich, which I'm delighted to chair this year. I think that's it from me. Pam, have you got anything else you'd like to add at this stage?
No, I don't think so. I think, have we got our first chair ready?
Hi, Pam. Hi, everybody. We're back. And are we ready to begin our first panel? I think we are. My name is Natasha Oxley. I work here at the University of Greenwich, and I'm delighted to welcome you all to the conference and to this first panel. We're connected here online and through our interests in performance and oral histories. We have 3 speakers, Andy Routledge, Siobhan O'Neill and Jill Carter, and their presentations are going to take us on a journey from Northampton to London to Toronto. They'll each speak for about 20 minutes and you can share questions in the chat, as Dave mentioned, and then we'll have questions and answers afterwards. So now our journey is going to begin in Northampton, where Andy Routledge is director and dramaturg. His main interests are new writing, devised work and storytelling. And Andy is going to tell us about a community integration project in Northampton called 60 Miles by Road or Rail. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Natasha. I'm just going to share my screen with you all. Great.
We could see that, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here and thrilled to be speaking with you at the start of what looks set to be a fantastic few days. My name is Andy Routledge and I'm a freelance theatre director from Northampton. I'm also the founder and artistic director of an arts, heritage and community organisation based in Northampton called 60 Miles by Road or Rail. Today, I'm going to be outlining and reflecting on our work from the past few years as a case study, highlighting what we've done, what we've learnt, and how performance and oral history have intersected throughout our activities and the evolution of them within our practice. The project was primarily in 2 parts, and this presentation will similarly be in 2 parts. The first part will look at the pilot project we led in 2018, and the second part will look at the fully realised project we delivered in 2021. Naturally, much changed during these periods, and I hope providing our insights into this will be interesting and valuable to you. So the early ideas for the project started whilst I was concluding my studies in theatre directing. I was eager to create a piece of theatre about my hometown of Northampton. I'd lived in Northampton pretty much my entire life, and yet I felt I'd never fully engaged with it, explored it, or asked questions about it. It's a town that I and many other locals feel struggles with its identity. Too big to be small, too small to be big is a phrase that is often used. A Midlands town that's often caught in the middle in more ways than one. It was an area that would be fascinating to explore further, but I needed to find a clear entry point, a hook, a subject, a story. Through an extensive study period, I learned of Northampton's New Town story. Back in the late 1960s to the mid-1980s, Northampton was one of the towns majorly expanded under the government's New Town Act. This was a huge chapter for the town, where its population effectively doubled in 10 years, where tens of thousands of people migrated from overspill areas in London following the Second World War into new houses on new estates in Northampton. The house I lived in at the time was actually one of these specially built houses, and yet I'd never heard about this Newtown story. I asked around, and it was clear that this crucial chapter hadn't been actively inherited by younger generations. Interestingly, I was at a conference about British new towns last week, and other places, mainly those that were built as new and had to quickly establish a sense of identity rather than being expanded, seemed to have very significant artistic outputs. 2018 would mark 50 years since Northampton's 1968 designation, providing a brilliant milestone to aim for to create a piece of place-based performance. During my final phases of studying, I learned about other similarly place-based projects that focused on the stories and experiences of their respective communities. The social documentaries of Peter Cheeseman at Stoke were a key influence, and I'm excited to hear more about that later today. It soon became evident that oral history was going to be a key method to learning about Northampton's Newtown story, and an approach that emphatically chimed with my practical philosophy of theatre making. Local residents who had lived through this incredible chapter were going to be the most valuable resource. And so we started our pilot project. We received a small grant from Arts Council England and worked with multiple partners, notably Northampton Past, a thriving Facebook group with tens of thousands of active members, and Royal and Derngate, Northampton's flagship theatre, who supported us through their artist development programme Generate and provided us their main space. I brought together a team of like-minded local artists, and we started an extensive interviewing process, gathering people's oral histories to inform our research for performance. We wanted to learn as much as possible. We knew of the legacy of aspects of this period, the estates that had been built and the demolition that had taken place in the town centre, but we hadn't lived through it, so there was a genuine openness and endeavour to this interviewing process. And at this point, oral history was still fairly new to us. We were learning more and more with each interview. I remember one day fairly early on that highlighted the dramatic potential of the subject matter. In the morning, I interviewed a gentleman who was one of the first people to move into a newly built house in the early 1970s. He talked about his apprehension leaving behind friends in London and nervousness moving his young family to a town that he hadn't heard of, to an estate still being built. But he also talked about how exciting it was being amongst the first in this brand new community. He told me about the initiatives that were established and that he set up, about the new schools being built and seeing this new community thrive in those initial years. That afternoon, I spoke with another gentleman, someone who had lived in the town all his life. He talked about the Newtown development being the beginning of the end for the town, how people from London were allowed these houses, but locals weren't eligible for them. He talked about the demolition that took place in the middle of the town centre, the many much-loved buildings being lost at the same time that utopia was being built on the edges of the town. Both gentlemen acknowledged that when Margaret Thatcher wound up the Newtown scheme prematurely and the planners handed over these massive new responsibilities to local authorities, it was incredibly difficult to maintain what had been built so rapidly. There were subsequent increased social problems. And this day was key for us in the interviewing process, highlighting the different viewpoints of this chapter, and that whilst for some this was a hugely inspiring and hopeful story, for many others it was a contentious one. From a purely dramatic perspective, it reiterated that the piece had potential to work theatrically. We interviewed over 100 people in pubs, theatres, community centres, and in their homes. The audio quality wasn't the greatest, but it was good enough for us to listen back to and generate material to devise a show, which was the main function at this point. We spoke to old residents, new residents, architects and engineers, marketing and community officers, teachers and town planners. It was exhilarating, piecing together this largely untold chapter from our shared local heritage. The title of the project, 60 Miles by Road or Rail, came from the pop record the group of planners put out in their frantic attempt to encourage people to move to Northampton due to its proximity to the capital. About a week before we were due to open the show, there were protests outside the County Council's offices. After years of financial mismanagement, they had effectively bankrupted themselves due to their own austerity measures. As a result of this, services for our county's most vulnerable had stopped. Children's services closed. The library shut. We attended these protests during our final rehearsals, and this too fed into our production. Taking on living newspaper-like aspects, the performance took on a greater political urgency, a live rallying cry for a town that had been let down by governments again and again, bringing 50 years of Northampton history crashing into the present. We presented the show in September 2018 to a sold-out local audience at Royal and Durngate Theatre, and we remain very proud of that iteration of the show. In addition to the scenes that we devised from the oral testimonies, we also included some extended verbatim sections from the gentleman who had shared his story about being one of the first to arrive in the new estates. The show was very ambitious in how much it included, and not all of it worked, but there was something joyous in the enormity of it, especially against the backdrop of the dire political context. Because of how much we were responding to the present events, we kept devising and therefore didn't have much rehearsal time. It had quite basic production values, and it was bursting at the seams with content and ideas. But it was a significant civic event that brought lots of people from the town together, and there was an appetite for it to return. Following this pilot process, we evaluated our work so far through a reflective period, and we highlighted 5 areas we wanted the next phase of the project to do. Archive and present people's oral histories better. We'd heard so many incredible stories and experiences, so many, but on reflection, we felt uncomfortable how many valuable contributions hadn't been championed because we couldn't put them in the theatre show. We wanted to find another way to capture and present these, presenting them on their own terms, rather than the play being the be-all and end-all. We wanted to digitize everything and have every part of the project freely accessible. Less pressure on the show to have to hold everything. This is a big story. We wanted to create different strands that worked with and parallel to the theatrical performance, enabling people to perform oral history in a multitude of ways. Create more entry points into the project. Whilst Northampton's Newtown story of the late 60s to mid 80s was still the primary focus point, we were eager for the project to speak to people's relationship to home more openly, particularly people who had found they'd moved to Northampton from other countries and for whom it had become their new town. Engage a bigger range of people. Whilst we had spoken with a huge amount of people and all their experiences were unique and fascinating, many of whom who had put themselves forward were of a similar demographic, primarily 70 plus and white. And this was in part due to the partners that we'd been working with. Create more paid opportunities for local professionals to be involved and to contribute to the regeneration of our town. We'd made our political protest previously, now we had to be part of the solution. Naturally, to be able to achieve this, we needed to do some serious fundraising. Throughout 2019, we went back to Arts Council England, informing them that the pilot had gone well, and we put in a project grant for our proposed next steps. We also went to National Lottery Heritage Fund and Community Fund, who were excited by what we were doing and who supported us. And from here, the idea developed into a year-long arts, heritage and community project with a theatre piece in the centre. Originally intended to take place over 2020, the project shifted to the second half of 2020-21, with its intergenerational conversations and hyper-local focus still at the centre of it. It was rewarding how the project took on an even greater value and significance following the pandemic. I'm now going to provide an overview of the 8 strands of the second part of the project, highlighting how our performing oral history methodology expanded. We led a dedicated oral history strand. Working with the Oral History Society, we trained 5 local people in oral history interviewing technique, each of whom subsequently interviewed 5 people in their homes. This was recorded with high quality equipment this time, and these recordings are currently being collected by the East Midlands Oral History Archive. We didn't interview anywhere near as many people as we did for the pilot, but we also ensured we spoke to a much wider range of people. This time around, we were able to inform people that we weren't speaking to them exclusively for research for the play, but to have a broader understanding of this key chapter within the town. And this largely led to more personal, introspective stories. There was less sense of people feeling like they wanted to impress us. We uploaded a wide selection of these recordings onto our website, where people can listen to short excerpts with accompanying underscore and sound design. We transformed our website into a digital exhibition space, inviting people to share their experiences through creative writing or by uploading archived images. Our website would ultimately present every aspect of the project, and we sought to create a retro contemporary design that would appeal to our large intergenerational audience. We created a 30-minute documentary film made up of local residents sharing their experiences themselves on camera. They were able to speak as themselves, which many people found hugely exciting and rewarding. This was interspliced with unseen archive footage we'd been provided about the town's development 50 years ago and new imagery of the town today. We led a photography project with photographer Christian Sinibaldi. We wanted to capture the everyday lives of the third generation of people living in the new town estates today. We did this through unrehearsed photographic portraits in which we would approach people, talk with them, and take their photograph outside. We took recording devices out with us too, interviewing people outside of a formal sit-down oral history project and hearing about their lives and opinions of where they lived. By a complete stroke of luck, Christian, being an Italian speaker, meant he could communicate with many Romanian residents who now live in the estates. One of these portraits, the one that's on the bottom left of your screen, was featured in the prestigious National Portrait Gallery's Taylor Wessing Photographic Portrait Prize exhibition. We presented the portraits and recordings at Northampton's newly refurbished museum in a multimedia exhibition. We initiated 2 co-created audio projects around the theme of migration. In one, we worked with local artist Sabika Anwar Khan, who actively sought out a variety of underrepresented Northampton residents. Sabika interviewed and worked with them creatively to draw out their stories of what home means to them. Participants ranged from global migrants who have sought refuge in Northampton to those whose roots in the area date back generations. Sabika drew on these stories and worked with artists to write and curate a poetic response integrating verbatim quotes. The audio poem was recorded using both professional actors and the original participants. In recognition of the fact that Northampton having a long history of migration to the town, something that increased during the new town expansion, the piece was also translated and recorded in Romanian. As part of Heritage Open Days, we took over a unit in the shopping centre. This became an interactive space for young families to listen to our audio pieces and oral histories and to contribute their own and to add their own paper house to our large floor map of Northampton. They could add to our timeline either of past memories or hopes and aspirations for the future.
5 minutes, thanks.
Thank you. And of course, the show returned to Royal and Derngate. This happened last September, telling a less cluttered, clearer, character-driven story from the perspective of the turbulent experimental partnership between the local authorities and the government-appointed task force responsible for overseeing the development. Whilst oral history continued to hugely inform the development of the show, this existed more in its soul rather than being stitched on. It was a more accomplished, confident piece because of it. We were able to signpost theatre audiences towards our further strands, enabling them agency to enhance the production and their appreciation of the story. Led by academics, we led a number of heritage events for people to come together and share their experiences of new towns in a national and international context. For our finale event last September, we invited people together from all of the strands, and it was delightful seeing a mixture of people come together, some of whom had been actively involved in 1 or 2 strands of the project, others of whom had participated all across it, some of whom didn't know anything about it. And whilst each strand fed into this larger project, each strand could also stand on its own merit. So much of the project was about legacy and how we inherit stories and the stories we tell ourselves. It was therefore paramount to us that the project's assets were all digitized and made available for anyone to access online. And you can check out these online yourself too at our website or by looking at our photography project on Instagram. Everything can be accessed freely. So reflecting on the 60 Miles project, it's really quite exciting to see how the project evolved and how our methodologies and appreciation of what performing oral history can mean and how that expanded, particularly in an increasingly digital content-driven world. I started this project because I wanted to explore and ask questions of my hometown and to create a show. The project ended up transcending that, becoming a civic event that brought thousands of people together, creating paid roles for over 60 local freelancers and giving myself and the team a renewed understanding of our roles as artists, but also as citizens. Since the project, we've been invited to collaborate with numerous organisations, including the council, on cultural strategy within the town. Through this detailed, multifaceted arts, heritage and community project, in which intergenerational oral history was the central component, we actively inherited our shared civic story, gaining a clearer grasp and enthusiasm for our hometown's past, its present, and agency to actively shape its future. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Andy. That was great. Our next stop is North East London. Dr. Siobhan O'Neill is a performance maker and a research fellow in the School of Architecture at the University of Portsmouth. Siobhan is going to tell us about an intergenerational community project in London and the role of metaphor in the interpretation of memories. Over to you, Siobhan.
Great, thank you, Natasha. I'm just going to share my screen.
We can see that.
Can you see, sorry, can I just check, can you see people down the side of the screen or just the slides?
I can see you and your slide, but I think what people can see may depend on their own settings. I don't know if you need any more help with that. I can see you at the bottom and your slide. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. In a corner of the community centre garden, Fitzroy stoops over a blue table covered with broken eggshells. He selects one, then another, and tries to match them together. Working through the pile, he pairs the shells off. But as no serrated edge fits exactly with another, there is a certain futility to his task. Perhaps it is this feeling that evokes his absent-minded humming of the nursery rhyme Humpty Dumpty. Or perhaps it is the connection with the boyhood memory he wishes to represent, raiding nests for eggs. Elsewhere in the garden, David lies on a concrete path and manoeuvres a mound of earth with a toy digger. The yellow and orange plastic contrasts with the blackened mud he collects in the tiny scoop. He pushes the wheeled vehicle on a little before releasing its earthy contents into another heap. The playful quality equally arouses the idea of childhood, though
Sorry, Siobhan, I've lost you. I don't know if it's just me. Have you accidentally muted? We could hear you and then we couldn't. I can hear you now.
I'm just gonna...
That's fine now. Yep.
Am I still sharing?
Yes.
I can't see your slide now, but someone else said they could then. I can see your slide and I can see that you are, I can see your desktop and I can see that you're not on mute. So I think we're back to where we were. So I can see your first slide now. Second.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Okay. The workshop I describe here was part of the Intergenerational Performance Project from the Ground Up 2016, which enabled local people to share their lived experience of the Walthamstow and Leighton Marshes in North East London. Undertaken as practice-based research, I had questions around the capacity of the discursive to fully give account to bodily encounters with the environment. In response, I considered how arts-based experiential methods might help cultivate a more embodied form of listening. One such method was the use of visual and embodied metaphor as a means to creatively interpret lived experience into performance. Working with an understanding that metaphor offers an invitation to see or think about one thing in relation to another distinct thing, I aimed to explore if and how the generation of theatrical metaphors might extend sense-making across participants' multiple narratives. Furthermore, I was interested in testing out to what extent this approach may or may not support the interpretive authority of a community to tell its own story. With these questions in mind, I want to return to where we left Fitzroy and David playing with shells and digger. The use of objects here aimed to support participants to generate visual images and metaphors in response to their memory stories. Materials were selected through my close listening to participants' recollections, attending to the images and objects in their stories. Cracked eggs, Wellington boots, an old suitcase, dog poo bags, feathers, mud. But in truth, the process was more entangled, for in earlier workshops, I had used found objects as a stimulus for recollection. The narratives Fitzroy and David now worked with had emerged out of holding a small bird's nest, which I had found in the marshes. Despite the intention to explore lived experience of a specific urban green, the nest found there had drawn Fitzroy back to sucking eggs for food in his Jamaican homeland, while for David, it stood metaphorically for a home, prompting memories of rebuilding a ramshackle house in the neighborhood. In the creative reminiscent workshops then, metaphor had been intuitively employed in the way participants constructed and made sense of their memory stories. David was not the only one to pick up on the associations between nest and home. But let's return again to the devising of their performance images. In some way, David's scene may be perceived as a reenactment of his house renovation memory. The toy digger replicated the action of the life-size digger, moving earth to form new foundations. Although the resemblance was somewhat tempered by the toyness of the digger, which was ripe with associations of children, play, family, and ultimately his daughter. Fitzroy's image, however, was developed more explicitly as a dramatic metaphor. As he shared his creative exploration with the group, he explained how the image had materialized out of a phrase scribed in response to another participant's nest memory. In the reminiscence activities, I had asked participants to pen phrases that most resonated for them when listening to each person's narrative. So Fitzroy scored, "Unintended consequences, things that once done can't be undone," in response to Jean's telling of accidentally destroying a nest. For significantly, the sentiment resonated with Fitzroy's own feelings around his childhood nest raiding. His attempts at egg reassembly, therefore, emerged metaphorically as a striving to undo the damage he had caused to birds' eggs in his youth. In the endeavour to repair the broken eggshells, there was a sense that despite his revised feelings, the past cannot be changed. Humpty Dumpty cannot be put back together again. The metaphoric image then, affiliated with his present time feelings of guilt, and coevally expressed something of the disconnection between past and present. In theatrical metaphor, sense-making emerges across the multiple dramaturgical elements in relation to the performers, narratives, images, and the setting. So the popular rhyme Fitzroy hummed added to the web of associations, its cultural reference emphasizing the sense of futility in the devised action. Furthermore, when performed specifically in the marshes, these interpretive affiliations expanded to encompass broader associations with environmental damage and the relationship between the human and the non-human. Whereas for Fitzroy, metaphor came more readily, David found it a challenge as a method of interpretation. It was therefore with a sense of self-confidence, bolstered by the endorsement of the group, when David consciously devised a metaphor for the digger installation. It arose in response to his strong feelings about the local council not telling the truth to the public concerning negotiations for building on open public land, including the edges of the marshes, a feeling intensified at the time by a current proposal to build two 27-storey tower blocks on the only green space in the centre of Walthamstow. His opening proposal was to scribe 27 lies on cards to be given out to the audience. The metaphor, however, emerged within a group discussion around what might be dug up by the toy digger in the marsh mud. An unexploded bomb, a Viking ship, dinosaur bones, a bear missing its head. Historical myths arose, reverberating with the warm-up activity I had devised in response to his idea of 27 lies, in which participants recounted marsh-related hearsay, fact, tradition, and untruths. As the list expanded, David suddenly alighted on an idea to dig up broken pieces of ceramic with writing upon them, which, once assembled together, would spell the word promises. It's broken promises, he announced, a metaphor for the claims politicians make. I noticed in my practiced journal the way his light bulb moment emerged out of the nature of the discussion, bouncing ideas around. An assessment echoed in his own comments in the mid-project evaluation. We were bouncing off one another, cooperating as a group. It's not just my story as one item and your story as another item. We managed to draw it all together, I think. This way of co-generating the performance can be seen in how David's metaphorical image continued to develop. David became attracted to the idea of being an archaeologist, for it accumulated connotations of layered ages buried in the marshland. So he asked if one of the girls might operate the digger to unearth the ceramic shards, whilst he could dust them off to reveal the letters. The transition proved significant, as I will discuss in more detail shortly, because he retuned to the emotional resonances of his memory story as the girl stood in for his daughter. Whereas David proposed a broken ceramic tile to carry the written promises, Jo wanted to affiliate the fragments to animals that inhabited the marshes, for she felt these too were threatened by potential housing development. Collectively agreed, Jo sourced china birds, foxes, dogs from charity shops, which were duly smashed. Thus, the performance image was extended to connote an additional trail of associations. Jo's intervention, I suggest, was not solely inspired by listening to the conceptual, but also by attending to the aesthetic encounter with the object. Whereas David had brought in a white bathroom tile upon which he had written promises in red marker pen, Jo, a former art teacher, attuned to her artistic sensibilities. Attention to the materiality of broken animals, to the visual disfiguration and the texture of sharp chipped edges evoked a sensate and effective sense of the destruction the theatrical image intended to convey. Furthermore, it brought my attention to the way participants bring with them a multiplicity of knowledge and expertise accrued along their lived trails, which momentarily knocked together in the temporary community of a performance-making project. As a compositional process proceeded, a new proposal was made to affiliate the action with a recorded walking conversation with Abby Woodward, recalling protests against the building of a temporary basketball pitch on Leighton Marshes during the 2012 Olympics. Through archival research and listening to oral histories, recordings of the project's walking conversations and others collected by the Waltham Forest Oral History Workshop, the participants were becoming authorities on their own history. An authority demonstrated in the ability here to select the oral history excerpt for its promising linkages to the expanding metaphor network. First considered by Jo for its resonances with her metaphor of building developments hijacking the sky, through group discussion, it was felt to reverberate more productively with David's image, the event of a mother climbing underneath a lorry with her child in an attempt to stop the diggers coming onto the marshes, echoed in coalition with the broken promises metaphor. It amplified an emerging mutual interpretation within the group to portray the threat to the marshes and the responsibility of everyday citizens in its conservation. Because metaphor does not prescribe connection in advance, but rather offers an invitation to thought, there was an openness for others in the group to map new affiliations onto David's broken promises. Whereas the reenactment of David's memory story might have solidified meaning to his initial intention, metaphor, as theatre theorist Dan Raboletto notes, is a much more flexible model of theatrical representation than resemblance. Thus, in a constant state of becoming, the metaphoric image arising in relation to a cooperative making accrued multiple ideas, although some did not survive the moment. Moreover, the shared purpose of creating a performance for an audience shifted attention from the individual sharing of memory stories to the generation of a potentially overarching interpretation, which could be collectively agreed. Yet, antithetically, this singularity of purpose produced a plurality of ideas, images, and metaphors which required mediation. Thus, as various ideas emerged, were voiced, and discussed, they provoked a number of implicit and explicit negotiations. The shift from broken tile to smashed animals, for example, was tacit, whereas the audio selection was closely deliberated and consensually agreed. In the following session, however, the cooperative negotiations that had transformed the digger image through a web of connections circling around the broken promises metaphor started to unravel. Somehow, the piece no longer made sense to David. In particular, he felt the audio narrative resonated discordantly with the memory of his daughter operating the digger. Although the trail of associations had spiraled out for the connection David himself had conceived between digger, marshland, and urban development, the listening to multiple associations had generated a very different effect from his memory story. In response, he now wanted to reassert his original nest story, to replace the narrative of protest, and to include photographs of his daughter, A3 laminated copies of which he brought into the session. In turn, others in the group, though sympathetic to David's desire to tell his nest story, felt the marsh protest narrative connected more cogently with the broken promises metaphor. Moreover, it elevated the political resonances the group as a whole wanted to communicate. Attuned to different frequencies then, attention arose around whether the performance image was personal or collective, and therefore who might have the authority to fix its interpretation.
5 minutes, thanks.
In the hubbub, however, I heard another regime of authority from the sense of individual or collective ownership, as I attuned to the different capacities within the room to render theatrical metaphor. David, by his own admission, found the creation of a visual metaphor challenging. And on a more attentive listening, I perceive how broken promises resides largely in linguistic form. Moreover, he noted in the final evaluation that in comparison to his previous experiences of amateur dramatics, this particular performance devising model was harder to discern. As he commented, I kept feeling that we should know what we wanted to say, what we were trying to put across, and plan how to do it. You know, straightforward kind of planning. Clearly, the entangled web of associations affiliated with the metaphor emerged obliquely, rather than in the direct, straightforward kind of thinking David might prefer. Furthermore, I suggest, the invitation of an embodied metaphor calls for a listening to the sensate, to be in touch with the haptic, visual, and aural registers. Thus, when I tune into my own embodied listening to this metaphoric image, I heard reverberations of care in David's embodiment of the archaeologist. I heeded the delicate touching and dusting off of the broken shards. Working conjointly with the girl, there was an intimacy as they passed finds from digger to hand. And so I attended to the echoes of working together with his daughter to renovate the family home. Moreover, to my listening, rather than closing off the interpretation, the tangential connections with the animals and earth of the site, materially made present in the image, stretched their partnership of care to the marshes. It was a narrative of conservation that reverberated with the testimony spoken by the activist. Conjointly, these narratives portrayed everyday inhabitants tending to the preservation of the marshes, which were placed in contrast with the broken promises of the authorities. However, my analysis here is contestable, and I cannot stand in for the sense-making of any of the participants. Although I may only intuit David's intentions, the event opened up my understanding of how the possibility and the desire to engage with theatrical metaphor as a means of interpretation is experienced differently between participants and between instances. Through the co-creation of the dramatic metaphor, the participants had brought different narratives, embodied and spoken, personal and collective, into relation. And for some, this challenged the official narrative of the park authorities and local council as custodians of the marshes. Accordingly, discussions took place around the promising linkages between the embodied metaphor and other material in the emergent performance narrative. These were perhaps complicated by the high stakes in regarding to the message each wanted to communicate. Finally, Fitzroy suggested the group defer to my authority to arbitrate a final decision as a theatre maker and principal caretaker of the project. It is through this intervention then that a compromise was ultimately agreed upon, to continue the broken promises installation as collectively generated and to create another installation in which David told his nest story with the images of his daughter. The compromise was not necessarily comfortable, but I suggest steering through the messiness of interrelations and the risk of non-agreement also implies for the group a certain sharing of authority.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now the final stop on our journey is in Toronto, where Jill Carter is Assistant Professor at the Centre for Drama, Performance and Indigenous Studies. In Streaming Truth, Land-Based Truth Activations in the Digital Realm, Jill will reflect on land-based, site-specific work at the St. George campus of the University of Toronto. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Natasha. Just going to share my screen. Play. Let's see, how do you play this thing? Sorry. Play. Yay. Is that okay?
That's great.
Thanks.
That's good.
Congrats. So onin, Jill Carter Nadishnikas, Anishnabe Equa Ashkenazi Kwayandao, Zeda Garanto Ndunjapa, Ginamage Kwe Equa Matawe Kwe. So what I've told you is my name is Jill Carter. I'm an Anishinaabe and Ashkenazi woman, born and raised in the place where the trees grow out of the water, Tsi Dagarando, on the banks of Onondario, the beautiful lake. This place has been stewarded for millennia by the Petun, the Erie, the Wendat, the Haudenosaunee people of the Longhouse, and of course my own cousins, the Mississauga Anishinaabe, or the Mississaugas of the Credit, Anishinaabe peoples. I live and was raised in a place of trade and a gathering. It is a place of trade and gathering now because it has always been that. It was that when the Europeans came. I live in a place of medicines, of water highways and migration corridors. I live in a place that is Nipawa. We have a street called Nipawa, Nipawa, which is a Nehiyaw or Cree word for place of plenty. I live in the territory of the dish with one spoon treaty, a treaty between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe, an agreement to share the land and care for all of its resources. And of course, I live on Treaty 13 territory, a treaty between, which is a treaty between the British and the Mississauga Anishinaabe to care and share for Se Dagarando. Oh, I'm in the wrong, why am I on the wrong slide? Sorry, there I am. Sorry about that. In 2010, I defended my dissertation in this house. It is the house that Sir John A. Macdonald occupied from 1876 to 1878. Sir John A. Macdonald was Canada's first Prime Minister. He was also a key architect in the Indian Act. And in 1876, the Indian Act was signed into law, Canadian law. The Indian Act, of course, is a piece of legislation that has affected generations of Indigenous people and still affects us. We live under the Indian Act today. We are still, in many senses, wards of the Crown without certain rights. That act prevented our movement from reserves. That act declared that it made it compulsory for our children and grandchildren to attend residential schools. That act did not allow us to leave our own possessions to our own families. So that act did a lot and is still doing a lot today. We are still under control of that act. Sir John A. Macdonald famously, of course, that act was intended to assimilate us into Canadian society, to get rid of the Indian problem, and therefore Britain's and then Canada's fiduciary responsibilities and treaty responsibilities to Indigenous people. I still remember how my legs crumbled beneath me as I pushed my way in 2010 up to a third floor room wherein my defense would take place. The very weight of the stories crafted in this building, of the spirit still nesting in its walls, exerted its force upon me, pushing, it seemed, against my unwelcome Indigenous body, leaving me boneless and breathless. We speak here often about the connection that exists between Indigenous people and our ancestral lands. Indeed, the very act of represencing our bodies on these lands is a revolutionary act. But revolutionary acts carry a cost. There is a tension that exists between the apprehension of connection with one's ancestral territory and the embodied experience of disconnection. There are moments, even as we traverse paths worn into the land by our forebears, that the world tilts, our legs collapse beneath us as the earth shudders with the aftershocks of remembered colonial violence. Streaming life, Storying the 94 is a project that is rooted in storied land. It is a project through which the Indigenous body might recover and give voice to long buried stories, repair frayed connections, and intervene upon epigenetic trauma by touching the earth wherein those traumas are rooted, as the non-Indigenous body intervenes upon what Dylan Robinson terms intergenerational perpetration by acknowledging and responding to a call for personal accountability and redress. The devisers of Storying the 94 are a collective of Indigenous and non-Indigenous artists and researchers engaged in questions around and land-based practices through which the artist-researcher's body becomes a site of encounter between place and story, and the vessel through which that encounter is expressed. With Storying the 94, that is the 94 calls to action put out by Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. With Storying the 94, we seek to develop a process of re-worlding. I no longer like that name, I like that word decolonization, perhaps because I feel it's overused. So I think of the word re-worlding. A non-invasive, non-extractive exercise in somatic archaeology through which to represent a seemingly neutral plot of terra nullius, marked by the force of colonial occupation, a force that continues to reverberate through Indigenous blood, bone, and memory today. As we continue to develop a series of land-based truth activations, we are curating a hybrid process of creation and performance, a process grounded in land-based dramaturgical principles and Indigenous story-weaving methodologies, which materially unfolds within Métis curator David Garneau's proposed irreconcilable spaces of Aboriginality. Now, I'd like to just play a piece right now. I'm rather radically inclusive. I don't necessarily employ professional actors. Some are amazing storytellers. Others are people who just want to commit themselves to this project, to projects such as this, and put their bodies on the land. On the left of your screen, you should see a woman in an orange shirt. Her name is Evadne Kelly. She is a settler researcher and a former dancer. On the right is Nehiyao or Cree storyteller Trina Moyen.
I stand here in front of the house that Sir John A. Macdonald purchased and lived in from 1876, the year he signed the Indian Act into Canadian law, until 1878. 1 year later, Canada's first Prime Minister officially commissioned Nicholas Flood Gavin to research and produce a report to offer a story upon which to build Canada's residential school system. From commission to publication, Gavin's report took only 45 days to complete. 45 days. The story, 7 generations. Exploitation, starvation, neglect, humiliation, degradation, violation, and physical torture. A story for children.
We really can't hear, Jill.
Oh, I forgot to share my sound. Oh boy.
Never mind,
Sorry.
go on from where you are. Go on from where you are.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Jill. As chair, I could hear the sound if I turned up my device. So I'm sorry, I didn't realise that other people couldn't. So we'll just pause while you do that. And if you want to play from Well, you choose where, that's fine.
And blood.
I'll take it back a bit.
Davin.
Okay, thanks.
To research and produce a report. To author a story upon which to build Canada's residential school system. From commission to publication, Davin's report took only 45 days to complete. 45 days to story 7 generations of privation, starvation, neglect, humiliation, degradation, violation, and physical torture. A story for children, Indigenous children. A story to be carried in the bones, muscles, and blood of their children, and their children, and their children.
I am daughter of these children. And yes, despite your many successes, Sir John, you could not pluck my name from Nimama's mouth. I am Pagwachiwa Pagwani. Receiving kisses from Mantusak, mini gods. White people call them mosquitoes. Gazing up through heavy eyes at Pisim, the sun, who's caressing my arms and legs. Pisim, white people call her the sun. My body held by the sweet fragrance of summer flowers. Flowers, flowers. Nimama, what are these? Pagwachiwa Pagwani, my girl. What does that mean, Nimama? It means wildflowers growing everywhere, my girl, just like you. Niya Pagwachiwa Pagwani. I stand here at the School of Graduate Studies at the University of Toronto. I'm a graduate of this institution. I'm a mother to a graduate of this institution, mother to a future graduate. Yes, Sir John, despite your many successes, I stand here. We stand here. Now it's our turn to tell you a story.
The impulse behind this project was seeded in me some years ago on the land in front of this house when Nehiyao scholar and first story member Karen Recollet responded to a story I told about the history of this house and Sir John A. Macdonald. She responded with these words: "We need to find a way to reactivate the land." Sorry. Well, I entered the work believing that we partners in this truth activation were working towards reactivating the land. The opposite was actually true. The house and its grounds were acting on us and activating us. The land was neither inspirator nor backdrop. Rather, the land became a partner, presenting signs, hints of a story to which it required us to respond, with the stories nesting in our own bones and blood and tissues. This edifice of stone and glass with its carriage gates of wrought iron, broken bird's nest, oh, I should go back here, broken bird's nest and failing cedar was itself activating its truth. And we, the company of devisers, were the vessels through which that truth might be communicated. These images were taken by settler company member Sherry B. on July the 1st, 2021, Canada's 154th Canada Day celebration. So if you remember, you may have heard that this summer, many of the unmarked graves, children's bodies were found in unmarked graves on residential school lands. This is something we've been saying to the Canadian government and to the people for many years, and it largely went ignored. Now, thousands of bodies are being recovered across Canada. And during this summer, during Canada Day, instead of waving red and white flags, many people donned those orange shirts, Every Child Matters shirts, and flooded Nathan Phillips Square, etc. So Sherry had been down there seeing this, and then she had ridden her bike past the house and seen these orange daylilies growing in front of the house, and at the same time, on the path of the house was a little broken nest, which just seemed to say everything. The land was telling us, giving her this. And so she took some pictures, and there's been a lot of response to that.
5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. Ironically, after all the preparatory work on and with the land, our actual devising process took place on Zoom through COVID, and fraught as this space is, with its own shades of genocide, theft, ecological devastation, exploitation, and enslavement. What it takes to create the devices, what it takes to send our voices across the pond towards each other. But here we responded in the space to provocations provided to us by the late author, educator, Stolo Cremati knowledge keeper Lee Miracle. She recorded and gave us a version of a traditional story. She was very sick at the time. She recorded this story for us and gave it to us and asked us to tell the story back, different but the same. And this story became woven into the history of that house also. We also responded to provocations that we brought into each other. For instance, pictures of this broken nest, pictures of these orange daylilies, to our own experiences on the land and within the university. Sorry, moving on. And I'm just on a last very short little video.
Now you are drowning in our pain as we lift up tiny bones. Let your tears flood the paths, carrying them home. To honor them, to celebrate them, with rattle songs, with drum songs, with laughter and dance and love. To set them upon spirit horses, carrying them to loving, resting grounds.
Your chickens have come home to roost, Sir John A. Children of Sir John A. Oh, Canada, your chickens have come home to roost. And the nest is empty. The nest is broken. On Canada's birthday, this historic monument is clothed in orange lily shirts. Clothed in its own shame. On Canada's birthday, a sea of orange shirts floods Nathan Phillips Square. And here, right here,
I'm melting, cries the witch. We're all melting, you dumb bitch. It's climate change.
a shirt of orange lilies, an empty, broken nest.
What did you do, John?
Oops. So I'll just finish with this. The application of digital technologies to site-specific land-directed performance makes legible oh, sorry, makes legible the somatic archaeology, the archaeological process of unearthing and layering through digital capture of vocal, somatic, textual, and imagistic fragments and their reconfiguration and display via the projections on the sites from whence they were unearthed. This we are aiming for is a performance of sacred geography that calls upon the performing body to respond in situ and that calls its witnesses to respond from wherever they are. Time becomes conflated and we enter an eternal present where all times become one. The storytelling event becomes a ceremonial act and the alignment between witness and storyteller is dissolved. All are called upon to act and be acted upon in this moment. The story represents neither the fictive nor the finished, and all are called to account. Sir John A. Macdonald's words and deeds nest in the walls of that house. His words reverberate, savage, pagan, wards of the state, tutelage. His ideas, writings, and policies have affected the policies of this institution, my institution, where I am now a complicit worker. The education and the training it has offered its students and the ways of knowing and knowledge gathering that have been privileged, and the knowledge keepers who are authorized and celebrated. His deeds nest in indigenous blood and bone, epigenetic trauma, the gift that keeps on giving. His ideas and words and deeds nest in the settler, consciously forgotten, but still shaping the Canadian imaginary and driving Canadian behaviors. And I think I should stop there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Jill. That was great. And I'm just switching my view so that I can see everybody.
How actors approach playing real life living people. So many of you will know him from that work. And Tom's talking to us today about tribunal theatre and about the impact of using real words in scenes from the Grenfell inquiry. And I will hand over to Tom.
Great, thanks very much indeed, George. I'm just going to quickly share my screen with you. Okay, so this paper will explore the complexities of listening when making theatre using the words of real people. I'll explore this via tribunal theatre of Richard Norton Taylor and director Nicholas Kent. Their first tribunal play in 9 years, Value Engineering, Scenes from the Grenfell Inquiry, was staged last autumn. The paper will explore the relationship between the actor's work and the recordings of the actual inquiry. On the night of the 14th of June 2017, a kitchen fire on the 4th floor of Grenfell Tower, a 24-storey tower block in West London, broke out. Within 18 minutes, the fire, due to the combustible material used for cladding on the outside of it, had reached the top of the building. The fire claimed the lives of 72 inhabitants. It was the worst loss of life in a residential fire in Britain since World War II. It also took place in one of the richest boroughs in the UK. The investigations which followed revealed a catalogue of errors and inequality, including the woefully inadequate provision of fire escape staircases, the value engineering from which the play takes its title of the 2015/16 renovations, in which plans for zinc cladding were replaced with the cheaper combustible ones used, as well as the suggestion that one of the aims of the renovation was to improve the look of the tower for residents in this expensive area of West London, rather than to improve conditions for those living within it. And the investigations also revealed the prior concerns raised by residents about the safety of the tower. However, the tower fire also raised systemic and societal issues, including the stark contrast between poverty and wealth, between those whose safety at home was the responsibility of the council and those who lived in multi-million-pound private housing only streets away. The relationship between wealth and race was at the heart of this tragedy. As Leslie Thomas, a lawyer at the inquiry, stated, "The statistics are glaring and provide a stark and continuous reminder that Grenfell is inextricably linked with race. It is the elephant in the room. This disaster happened in a city where there is one housing system for the rich and another housing system for the poor. That political, social, and economic context cannot be ignored, brushed aside in investigating it, nor can it be decoupled from race in a context where people of colour are disproportionately likely to be poor and live in social housing." The day after the fire, the Prime Minister ordered a public inquiry. It began in 2018 and is ongoing. At the moment, the inquiry is exploring the recent refurbishment, the building materials, the regulations, the management of the tower, central and local government responses, and the actions of London Fire Brigade. All the hearings are live streamed on YouTube and recorded on the site. And this is just a quick shot of what's being discussed as I speak today. They've just started module 4 of the inquiry. So Richard Norton-Taylor and Nicholas Kent are leading makers in the UK of tribunal theatre, a form of documentary theatre which is created from the edited transcripts of legal trials and inquiries. It takes as its source material the oral contributions for those inquiries. They've collaborated 7 times before, including, as you can see on the screen, Nuremberg, the 1946 war crimes trial, The Colour of Justice, which was scenes from the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, and scenes from the Savile inquiry into Bloody Sunday. Like their previous plays, one of the main tasks of the writer is to massively condense the proceedings of the inquiry. Though it may fall short of the scale required for Bloody Sunday, in which Norton-Taylor edited Christopher Clark QC's 42-day-long speech, which was then the longest speech in legal history, into 4 short paragraphs in the play, the Grenfell inquiry has been running for 4 years and has interviewed hundreds of witnesses who have given evidence. From this evidence, Norton-Taylor chose 11 witnesses. Just to return to this image from my title slide, the set is a detailed reconstruction of the original room, and you can see the similarity. This is taken from a slightly different angle, but this is the actual room, and I'll just flip back to the stage set as you can see it there. The acting style is downplayed and subtle. There's no bow, no lighting change, no applause, no music. The actors are mic'd as they are in the inquiry room, as you can see in the image, meaning that no projection is needed from the actors. I just briefly want to touch on the aims of this play. In an interview, Norton-Taylor said this: "We're concentrating on the villains. What comes out in the play is the incompetence, the corruption, the lying, the network of chums who knew each other in the construction industry. Put it all together and it becomes a microcosm of what is wrong with other parts of British society." The director, Nicholas Kent, has been even more frank about his aims. He says, "I want people brought to court and charged with corporate manslaughter." So the aims, as you can see, are fairly clear here. They're to bring people to justice. So who appears in the play? The 11 witnesses we hear from include individuals who represent the different organisations involved in the tower and the fire, such as architects, contractors, suppliers of the cladding, a building control officer, and members of the tenants management organisation, as well as 3 speeches by barristers representing the bereaved, survivors, and residents groups. So it very much focused on the people in their professional capacity who sort of worked on the tower and the subsequent fire. I interviewed 3 actors about their work on the play, and I also attended a day of rehearsal. And this paper is very much taken from those interviews and observations. The actors not only had the edited script, they also had the video recordings of the Grenfell Tower inquiry. These provided a resource that's rarely been available to actors in previous tribunal plays, which didn't tend to be recorded. There wasn't video available. The actors in value engineering, therefore, had the ability to listen to their oral testimony of the individual and the potential to minutely replicate their words, their speech patterns, as well as to observe their body language and demeanor. And I'm going to explore 3 different approaches to listening when using these recordings. So the first area is listening to the individual's articulation. Given that court cases and inquiries are based on what is said, it's of little surprise that that clarity of emphasis and meaning was central to the rehearsal that I observed. The rehearsal focused on John Hoban, who was a building planning inspector. The main focus of the rehearsal was on understanding the exact line of questioning and the logic behind Hoban's answers, and exploring moments of hesitation or where he was trying to avoid answering the question. The recording from the actual inquiry was useful in this. Indeed, throughout the rehearsal, Hoban's evidence was ready on a laptop in the corner of the rehearsal room, and the actors and director often stopped to watch it. For example, Kent and his actors discussed the following exchange. So Millet, who does all the, he's the one of the lawyers, says to Hoban, "Did you note that the fire access plan, which is listed as a second drawing," and Hoban says, "I can't recall," and Millet continues, "was listening." And I won't read the rest of it out. So that's the crucial bit. There was a detailed debate in the rehearsal room about the nature of the interruption. "I don't recall." Did Hoban preempt the end of the question to make clear his frustration? Was it therefore an abrupt interruption, or did Hoban genuinely believe that the question had finished? What was the tone of "I don't recall"? Did Millet then interrupt or pause after "was missing"? Did he wait for another response? The level of tension or confusion or obfuscation was not clear from the printed testimony alone. So the recording was consulted to help answer this question and to ensure that the logic of the passage was clear. And I spoke to Howard Ward, the actor who played John Hoban, about his use of the recordings. And he said this: "When I listen to his evidence, I've been working on his starts and stops. He fills with a lot. Sometimes I think it is because he can't find the right word, and sometimes I think he's using it as thinking time or to stop a particular word coming out. He comes up to a word he is about to say and he half covers his mouth. There's a bit of that. But he's also quite hesitant, perhaps because he is guarded." The recording of John Hoban's evidence was therefore an important resource for Ward. He said, "I listened to it on press night, actually. I had it on my phone and I had a listen." Ward's comments suggest that the recording was useful not only in rehearsal to inform his development of the role, but also functioned as a reference point through the run of the play. However, from the experiences of the actors I interviewed, it's clear that their approach to listening was complicated and went beyond simply the recording answering some of the questions about the script. So I'll move on to listening to the individual's argument. The rehearsal's focus on establishing the logic behind the line of questioning revealed a tension between the testimony recorded from the inquiry and the heavily edited script that comprises Norton Taylor's play. This tension limited the usefulness of listening to the inquiry. In rehearsal, Ron Cook, and you can see the casting choices here. On the left-hand side is Ron Cook, and on the right-hand side is the lawyer he played. In rehearsal, Ron Cook showed me his script in which he had cross-referenced each line with the timestamp of the recording on YouTube. This allowed him line by line to watch Millet ask the questions that he asked in the play. Though this clearly had been important in his preparations for rehearsals, Cook sounded a note of caution. pointing out that the emphasis was necessarily different in Norton Taylor's script due to the condensation of material of the original interview. In rehearsal, when the focus turned to identifying the new key information in each line, this had to be found in the script, not in the original testimony. Howard Ward went a step further, noting how Norton Taylor's editing could completely change the logic of the line. He told me, you've got to remember that this is edited, and you have to consider whether it's the edit that suggests a logic in the response or whether it changes it. And Ward explored this further in my interview. He said, Richard Norton Taylor picks particular threads and edits it so that there are threads that go through multiple witnesses. These threads were there. They are normally the key points that Millett, the lawyer, was trying to get at, but we have to get there a lot quicker. That does affect how you listen to it. You have to make an artistic decision not to play it in exactly the way that it was first given. So the artistic decision that Ward identifies refers to the way in which he had to shape his portrayal to follow the logic of the threads that Norton Taylor weaves through the play, which often necessitated a move away from the original delivery of the evidence. Listening, therefore, begins to emerge as a complex and contradictory element in these actors' work. Cook and Ward did not reject listening in their process, but the act of listening does not imply that they recreated what they heard. Listening allowed them to identify the gap between the original testimony and the edited play, thereby highlighting to them Norton Taylor's intervention and making visible the threads he chose to follow. There was, however, a particular example from the play which vividly illustrates the complicated relationship between listening to the original testimony and the politics of the play. In preparing for her portrayal of Kate Grange QC, who did one of the interviews, the cross-examinations in the play, not only did actress Sally Giles listen to the recording where the lawyer interviews one of the architects, an architect called Bruce Soanes, she also met the lawyer. The actress met the lawyer personally. They went out for dinner. Giles reported that in their meeting, it became clear that Grange, quote, actually liked Bruce Soanes. And she thought that he was not corrupt, was innocent, that he could be the fall guy for all these enormous corporations who were trying to avoid billions of pounds worth of reparations. Giles, therefore, wanted to capture this in her portrayal, the fact that she didn't think he was guilty. So she took this sympathetic tone that she heard in the recordings to the rehearsal room, and forgive the long quotation, but there's a bit to unpack in this quote. She said, having met her, I then went back to rehearsals and started to play it like her. She's very sympathetic. She met with Bruce before and she was leading him as he was a bunch of nerves. So I played that in rehearsal. But then Nick Kent, the director, said, you've gone native. You're being really nice to him and you're letting him off. Regardless of the fact he might not be willfully negligent or trying to get money, he's been irresponsible. He's an architect and he should have known the building regulations, and he put things on buildings repeatedly that were combustible. So then I was faced with this awful dilemma. I'd met Kate and said to her I wasn't going to do an impersonation, but I'd be as faithful as possible to everything. And then I went back into rehearsal and Nick said, no, don't do it like her. Do it the way the script works. In this script, the interview is part of a jigsaw. The jigsaw shows that there is a universal negligence. So Sally Giles' experience is perhaps the starkest example of the difference between the actor's approach to listening to the person and the director's own agenda for the play. Evidently, the director disagreed with the lawyer and thought the architect was guilty, and therefore made it clear that Giles, the actress, should change her portrayal to highlight the architect's guilt. Listening, therefore, actively compromised Giles's work in creating the character. Her sense of duty to the individual that she portrayed is noteworthy here. And in fact, it was feedback from Grange that finally gave her confidence in the role. She said, Kate Grange came to watch it. I wrote to her before and said, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do what I said I would do, as I need to serve the play. I hope you aren't too disappointed. And in fact, she was fantastic. She said that there were days where she was like that and did take that tone. My tone was more truthful how she was in the rest of the inquiry. After she said that, I thought, thank God I can do it now. So given her sense of responsibility, it was only Grange's approval that allowed Giles to feel confident in her portrayal. However, despite what was clearly a very difficult process, Giles was keenly aware that building the political arc of the piece took precedence over each individual characterization, no matter how vexed this might be in practice. She said, I'm a little piece in the jigsaw, and it's important that your own passion doesn't affect the integrity of the bigger picture. I wouldn't have been doing right by the families if I'd let Bruce Soons off the hook. It's right for the play, it's right for the scene, and it's right for Grenfell. To hammer home more forcefully than it was actually done that these people were not doing their jobs properly. So this example calls into question the value of listening to the original testimony. It is clear that when the original testimony matched the tone that Kent, the director, desired, the recording aided the actor's work. However, where Norton Taylor's edit changed the emphasis, or as in Sally Giles's experience, the whole tone of the interview did not fit with Kent's designs for the play, listening was either of limited use or actively unhelpful. This example raises questions about the theatrical frame that is employed on Kent and Norton Taylor's mode of tribunal theatre. Sally Giles's portrayal in rehearsal was based on the lawyer's belief that the architect was innocent. Rejecting this tone is an implicit criticism of the inquiry's approach to questioning him. However, rather than the play functioning as a critique of the inquiry and drawing attention to such shortcomings, Kent's instruction to Giles to completely change her tone concealed this criticism and removed the potential for the play to wrestle with the conduct of the inquiry. So in this light, Giles's comment, I wouldn't be doing right by the families if I'd let him off the hook, is only correct within the context of the theatrical frame that he created. Had the play sought to interrogate the material, such unexpected tones might have been embraced, drawing attention to the editorial practices by which the play was composed and holding the inquiry itself up to scrutiny. So very briefly, the experience of these actors points to a range of complexities about listening in this example of documentary theatre. The availability of the recordings provided a document that is not available to actors in place based on most legal inquiries, certainly in the UK. This paper has explored ways in which they were useful, how listening helped the actors identify the specific threads that ran through the script, but it's also explored how the script differed from the original inquiry and how, when the needs of script and what can be heard in the inquiry's recording differ, the political aims of the play took priority over the actors' recreation of what they heard. And I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Tom, for a really stimulating paper. We're going to move on to our second speaker, Joseph Sobel, who many people will have known for his time directing the graduate program in storytelling at East Tennessee State University, which was his job between 2000 and 2017, and he's now professor of storytelling at the University of South Wales. And Joseph's going to talk to us today about the Cancer Stories project. So Joseph, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, George, and thanks to everyone who has gone before for their fascinating lines of exploration. It suggests a lot to me about different aspects of this work. I'm going to kind of go back in time a bit and talk about a project that was active at East Tennessee State in kind of a pleasant corner of the Appalachian region, Southern Appalachians, during about 2003 to 2015. But the resonances of that project, and particularly the oral history theater piece that we did out of it, may have some ramifications and resonances for oral history theater work and performance work in general. And I'm going to talk about a particular technical approach or methodological approach that allows for modular performance, modular script writing, and adapting a body of interviews from piece to piece or from show to show, according to the time involved, and according to the audience involved, and according to the performance forces that are available for particular occasions. So for background, this was a project that began in 2003 with a conjunction of health professionals and me as a storytelling professional. And the idea was to find some convergent ground where our agendas could contribute to some goals. And this was all facilitated by an office we had at ETSU called the Office of Rural Health Partnerships, which was a grant development office that was very hands-on compared to some others, particularly in the United States, very hands-on about collaborating and group process. And so what the director of that office, Dr. Bruce Berenger, what he did and what it was his typical MO was to get a bunch of people in a room with a whiteboard and some dry erase markers and ask questions. What do you need? What is your agenda? What can you benefit from each other's expertise? And in this case, we had medical communication specialists working in a medical school training physicians to be. We had oncologists who were dealing with cancer patients, and we had the storytelling component. And what we asked were, what were the modes, what were the nodes, the places in the cancer arc of treatment, discovery, treatment, and resolution that a storytelling approach might fund. And the three that came up for the medical practitioners were breaking bad news, that is diagnosis, living through treatment, that is making treatment decisions between the oncologist and the patients as a negotiation or a presentation of options. And third was the transition from treatment or curative treatment to palliative care. That is the realization that further aggressive treatment was no longer a viable route. And the path now was toward a kind of resignation and comfort care. And when I heard those nodes, those particular moments in the story, what I heard was, according to my own background and training, was the arc of the hero's journey, Joseph Campbell's model of story structure. And the three particular places in that design were the call to adventure, the road of trials, and the return. And when I expressed this, what we came to was an interview protocol for cancer patients that would focus on those nodes, focus on those particular moments, in those clinical interactions. That is, what was the situation, what was the scene in which you learned that you had cancer? How was the news delivered? Was it delivered sensitively? Was it delivered impersonally? Was it delivered in some kind of outrageously medicalized lingo that left you out of the equation? Was it delivered compassionately or not? And then with the treatment decisions, how were those negotiated? Were your own beliefs and communication preferences and your ideas about your role in the role of your personality and your character and your function on the planet, were those respected? And similarly in the transition to palliative care, was that sensitively conducted? And those were the questions we asked without saying explicitly, you are a character in a hero's journey narrative, because that's a bit of an imposition that we didn't want to foist on our patients. We didn't want to say you are a hero, because there are very few cancer patients who are willing to narrate their story in such a way that they are a hero. They're not, cancer patients tend to think of themselves not as heroes, but as victims or as active participants in their own destiny, but the idea that a hero goes out and seeks an adventure is rather far into the cancer story. Even though, if we went into a long disquisition on story structure and theory, we might be able to persuade one that no hero actually actively seeks his own destiny. Oftentimes, the destiny comes upon us unaware, like the stag in the forest who leads us to the green man, and our adventure begins. But we arranged the interview around those nodes, and we got very interesting responses, and started fairly soon on some very basic grants, and eventually expanded it to a much larger National Institute of Health, National Cancer Institute 5-year grant. And the goal of the big grant was to produce educational modules for medical students, oncology fellows, and residents. But my own goal within that, or my own sort of side adventure or side hustle, was to take these interviews and turn it into an oral history play, which I did within the context of a class. So we gave out interview selections to the members of the class, and they, according to their affinity, they took the characters that they were drawn to from the interview pile and distilled their monologues in 5 parts. And the 5 parts were one selection from the precursor narrative, that is the narratives from the interviews that concerned life before the diagnosis. What was life like before you learned that you had cancer? What was the steady state, in other words, in the hero's journey, that was then interrupted by the call being the diagnosis of cancer? The second segment of the monologue would be the scene of the diagnosis itself. And how was that conducted? What was your experience? What were your emotions? What was your relationship with the physician or medical person who gave the diagnosis? And these were quite shocking scenes often. And the third and fourth scenes from the monologue would be the making of treatment decisions, the initial decisions based on the initial diagnosis, and then secondary decisions based on the outcome of the initial treatments. And oftentimes, of course, there's secondary bad news. The treatment didn't work. So what do you do for your second line of chemo or surgery or radiation? And your experiences with that in relationship to the medical system. And the final scene were what we called outcomes or resolutions, or in some cases just reflections on what the experience has brought you to. And the experience for the people we interviewed could be in terms of remission and return to an active life in the world, or it could be a resignation and a turning of the face to a terminal outcome and all of the associations and attitudes and understandings of life in the presence of death. So that's the way the monologues were edited in those 5 pieces. And then the play, as it was assembled, consisted of a 5 or 3, or in the full version of the play, 9 characters, precursor narratives. Then the cast would rotate through their Breaking Bad news or their diagnosis narratives. Then the first treatment decision narrative, then the second, and finally the reflections. So what we were able to do with that was to create a consistent storytelling design that could be put in place regardless of what the arrangement of individual characters within that structure. Sometimes we had 9 characters, as I say, and we had to adjust the stage picture a bit so that those 9 monologues wouldn't be monotonous visually. Sometimes we had 5, and then there was a different set of imperatives around the staging. Sometimes we were able to do it with 4 or 3, depending on the occasion and the actors that we had available, the amount of time in the showcase, in the event. But that's the modular structure that we put in place, and it seemed to work. It seemed to have an equivalent impact, again adjusted for duration and for event structure, but it had a quite similar impact between 3 and 9 characters. Whether we could have gone longer than that, I wouldn't. That's a pragmatic issue having to do with time and audience attention, and the place in the story in the event structure. I mean, I have 20 minutes today to deliver this this talk, and if I go longer, I'll start to inflict on my neighbors and my colleagues. It's the same in any kind of oral history play. How much time do you have? How much time are you allotted? That's how many characters we could bring out. But the modular structure was important to that, and I think has some implications for oral history playing in general and for design. Also, the story structure being the effectuator of that kind of modular design. Let's see. There's another part of the framing that's important to discuss, and I'll just do it real quickly. One thing that we would distill from the interviews were something that we came to call talismans. Those talismans were verbal formulas that we would hear the patient come forth with that seemed to represent a kind of distilled piece of their attitude about the disease. It was also a kind of a healing token that they could rely on for a certain kind of attitudinal support. And an example of those, or some examples of the ones that we drew on for the show would be, let's see, where can I get these out? Okay, death is as important as being born. When the person in the interview said that, we heard a bell ring. That's a kind of a personal talisman that represents something about their basic approach to existence, to life and death. I have cancer. Cancer doesn't have me. I can't go a day without my spirit. Cancer is an encounter with the unknown. That was an agnostic speaking. But those talismans became an important organizer for the play. And this is how we devised that. We used something that I called ritual, and it was something that Siobhan called physical metaphor. But the way we played it was as ritual. And that is, at the beginning of the show, we had a crystal bowl down front that was about half full of water. And we had cups arranged, glass cups around the bowl. And each of the characters came downstage accompanied by a kind of a ambient, low light mood music, took a cup, dipped it in the bowl, raised it to their lips and took a sip, and then returned to their stations on the stage, the way the stage had been set. And when they took their sip, before or after, they spoke their character's talisman. I have cancer. Cancer doesn't have me. I just want to live until it's over. Death is as important as being born. Sip of the water, which then, charged by the resonance between the talisman and the physical action, the water became not simply water, but the water of life. And at the end of the show, after the complete cycle had been spoken, the characters returned one by one to the well, took one last sip, spoke their talisman again, and poured out the water into the bowl. And that was the conclusion of the show. So, depending on whether your oral history play is about an event, whether it's about a time or a place or a coalescent experience, as in this case, which is cancer, it's possible to craft a story structure that allows you to fly individual monologues in and out of a particular performance and use the physical metaphor or the element of ritual in order to bind them together into one kind of experience, one emotional arc that carries forward from show to show and from occasion to occasion, and creates a continuity between those things. And that will do for me. Thank you.
Super, very much ahead of time. Thank you very much indeed for a very powerful paper, which I think complemented our first contribution really nicely. So we have a healthy amount of time, actually not that healthy, perhaps. We wanted to finish at 14:35. We'll see how we go. We certainly have a question initially for Tom, which was, how much do you think casting against type or similarity to the person who was integral to the tribunal might change the experience for the audience? And the examples given is a black actor playing a
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us again for this panel 3. So my name is Harry Derbyshire. I'm a principal lecturer in English literature and drama at the University of Greenwich, in which capacity I've been working on and off with Pam Schweitzer since 2005, I think. So many of you might recognize me from previous reminiscence themed events, and I'm looking forward to seeing people in person tomorrow. So with this panel has a theme to it, and the theme is not just reminiscence theatre, but the archiving of reminiscence theatre. So we have 3 speakers. Rachel Walker is going to talk about archiving or working with the archive, I should say, of the work of Peter Cheeseman, which she's working on. We're going to then, in the middle, hear from Pam Schweitzer about the Reminiscence Theatre archive of Pam Schweitzer and how you can access it digitally. And then finally, we're going to hear from Natasha, who was the chair of the first panel, about the use that is being made of that archive, working with our students at the University of Greenwich. And that's something that I should be very interested to hear the latest on, because I've written about that in the past. If that's all right, we'll start by introducing Rachel. So Rachel Walker is a theatre historian who has recently been awarded her PhD by the University of Sheffield, and her thesis explores the early work of Peter Cheeseman and the Victoria Theatre, Stoke-on-Trent. Her research interests include regional theatre history, theatre in the round, verbatim, and community theatre. And she's going to talk to us about, as I say, about the process of archiving and hopefully making digitally available that archive as we go forward. So thank you, Rachel. Oh, you need to unmute, sorry.
That would be a good start. Thanks ever so much for inviting me today, and thanks for the introduction. I'll just share screen to start with. Okay, so I hope today to shed some light on the social documentaries of Peter Cheeseman and also the archive collated by him, which is now housed in the University of Staffordshire's Special Collections. I'm going to begin by giving a bit of background to the Victoria Theatre, which was Europe's first permanent theatre in the round, and to the work of the late Peter Cheeseman, who was artistic director of the theatre from its inception in 1962 until his retirement in 1998. So first, you might be wondering how Stoke-on-Trent became the chosen location for the UK's first theatre in the round. This style of theatre was actually pioneered in Britain in the late 1950s by Stephen Joseph, an obsessive and innovative theatre director. He believed passionately that with the advent of television, theatre had to appeal more directly to a wider cross-section of society. He said, "It's my belief that the single most serious ailment of the live theatre in our country is the fact that unless you can pay very heavily for the best seats, you just don't see enough of the actors. We just don't want any longer to look at minuscule peanuts gesticulating in a big theatre. We want to get close and see what's going on." Joseph's company, Studio Theatre, had been touring the theatreless towns of the UK since 1955, putting up makeshift rostra and seating in town halls to create a touring theatre in the round. As the region's only professional theatre had recently been taken over by Mecca Bingo, Newcastle under Lyme in Staffordshire had become a regular visit on Studio Theatre Company's circuit, and they steadily built a band of loyal audience members. Peter Cheeseman was soon employed by Joseph to help set up a permanent home for his touring theatre company. They settled here on a disused cinema in Hartsill, Stoke-on-Trent, and the whole conversion was completed in 8 weeks for less than £5,000, with no state funding whatsoever. Despite the significance of this event, the opening of the first theatre in the round in the UK, the national press remained uninterested, and even local residents remained somewhat indifferent. Cheeseman recalled, "The theatre was opened without a single remark in the national and professional press. We let off 2 rockets from the roof, but they flew nearly horizontally and landed in the middle of Hartsill Road." Cheeseman quickly recognised that if the theatre was to be a success, he would need to engage the local community in the theatre's activity. In a letter to producer Peter Bridge in 1963, he explained that the important thing to me is the relationship of this group with this particular community. National prestige is fine so long as it affects the local situation. It's our own community here that's important. With a permanent base for the company established, Joseph took up a position at the University of Manchester, leaving Cheeseman to run the Victoria Theatre in Stoke. In a region in which the cultural self-esteem was extremely low, Cheeseman recognised that the company's job was to make the theatre the centre of the community and to celebrate the work that was happening all around them. Despite these honourable principles, audience figures remained a problem, with an average yearly attendance of only 27% in 1962-3. When Al Napeborn left the company to follow his production of Mr. Whatnot to the West End in 1964, the Vic found themselves without a writer for the first time. Cheeseman therefore embarked on an innovative course to ensure that the theatre was able to offer something not only original, but crucially relevant to the district. He began researching in local libraries and archives to find an important story that would translate into an effective piece of drama. Influenced by Theatre Workshop's 1963 production of Oh, What a Lovely War, Cheeseman decided on a musical documentary that would engage and develop a new local audience at the Vic and would help the company to discover its own style. However, the task itself was far from simple. In numerous interviews, Cheeseman attested to the arduousness of the task, affirming that if you wanted to choose the most difficult way of creating a play that you can imagine, you would choose the technique of creating a play out of documentary material, the way we've practiced it. In order to gather the material in the early documentaries, a small cast production was shown in repertoire, allowing the remaining company to be involved in the documentary from the outset, researching the selected topic and beginning to absorb difficult historical material. It seems that in this young company, there was a sense of excitement to be involved in such an unusual project, but an underlying anxiety too. For many actors, their position as a member of the Victoria Theatre Company was their first permanent professional role. The company was young and relatively inexperienced, and their trepidation was therefore understandable. Not only were they being expected to research and make sense of historical documents, they were also being asked to adapt these findings into something entertaining. Stanley Page, an actor in the original company, remembers that during the first rehearsals of the Jolly Potters, all the actors thought it was going to be the most appalling thing ever. And similarly, Ron Daniels recalls the documentary process as a huge, scary adventure. By the Vic's third documentary, The Notty, in 1966, which charted the rise and fall of the North Staffordshire Railway, Cheeseman had begun to refine the company's methodology. Whilst the early documentaries had used improvisation to link short historical scenes, by The Notty, Cheeseman had largely abandoned his use of imaginative or comic reconstructions in our own words. Cheeseman had always been cautious of allowing actors too much freedom with the historical material, and this predisposition was to become increasingly foregrounded as he developed his exacting methods of dealing with sources. For Cheeseman, a self-confessed Puritan, it was essential that the company's work was an accurate representation of the research. Rather than improvise a particular scene, Cheeseman affirmed that if there is no primary source material available on a particular topic, then no scene can be made about it. Whilst both the Jolly Potters in 64 and the Staffordshire Rebels 65 had dealt with Staffordshire's more distant past, the 1800s and 1600s respectively, The Notty centred on the North Staffordshire Railway line, only relatively recently amalgamated in 1923 and still known locally as The Notty because of its symbolic Staffordshire Knot logo. Cheeseman and resident playwright Peter Turson were therefore able to conduct a series of recorded interviews with ex-employees of The Notty and members of the community who had vivid memories of the local line. Cheeseman's inspiration for using the tape recorder came chiefly from the BBC radio ballads, originally produced in 1958 by Charles Parker, Ewan MacColl and Peggy Seeger. The ballads married actual recordings of disparate community groups with folk music written by MacColl. I'm just going to play a very short clip just to give you a sense of what they were like.
There's no feeling like coming into a harbour with a good catch of fish. There's no feeling like it, especially if you're in a boat, like we used to be with a good crew. You come up to the quay, you tie up, now there's everyone come, you see. 100 grand, go a lovely shot. Get your sample out, let's be selling them, you see, and you just lean back in the wheelhouse and you look. All I can think of is, you know, if you was one of the old hunters in the old tribal day, that you brought home the meat, you see, share it out, do what you like with it, you see, I've done my bit.
This season is over, so be on your way and head for the home port and sign for your pay. Your missus is waiting to welcome you home. It's hard for a wife to be so much alone.
I don't like coming home, you know, it's lovely.
So forget all the hauling and shaking of nets.
There's the old gal waiting for you. Used to count the days. That was like getting fresh married again when you'd been away about 10 or dozen weeks. Reunited again, and just as strong as ever. Well, you know, you were hungry. When you got down to the North Sea and had plenty of fish down on you, you got hungry when you got home, didn't you? Yes, well.
Okay. So a time when the voice of the BBC remained an upper-class Southern English accent, to hear authentic regional voices rather than words spoken by an actor was groundbreaking in itself. For Cheeseman, this innovative use of the tape recorder had a distinctly formative effect, and correspondence between the two suggests that Parker remained an important influence as Cheeseman's interest in the documentary style developed. Indeed, in a later interview, he recalled his increasingly exacting approach after meeting with the BBC team. Cheeseman's view had shifted, and from 1966, he abandoned his use of improvisation in the documentary, becoming adamant that nothing must be made up, nothing must be invented. No words must be put together by a person who has not got the authority of either having witnessed or participated in those actual events. One of Cheeseman's principal aims in creating documentaries was to demonstrate the theatre's genuine interest in the people of Stoke-on-Trent and their livelihoods. It seems that Cheeseman's concern with authentic depiction was as much about doing justice to the community stories that were being staged as it was about creating an effective production. The stories themselves often grew out of the company making genuine connections with people in the North Staffordshire district. The Nottie, for example, was based largely on the memories of Vic employee Harry Sharrett. Hands Up For You, The War Is Ended depicted the memories of Frank Bailey, the newsagent who worked opposite the theatre and sold the actors their cigarettes and newspapers, and who'd been a prisoner of war in Italy. And Miner Dig the Coal was created after Cheeseman struck up a rapport with the miners at Hemheath Colliery during the theatre's touring roadshows. A significant milestone in the theatre's relationship with the community occurred with the Vic's involvement in the campaign to save Shelton Bar Iron and Steel Works in 1973. It was particularly significant since the Action Committee approached the theatre to ask them to create a documentary about their appeal, rather than in previous instances in which Cheeseman had conceived the projects. Here was the first example of the community utilising the theatre as a public service, the proverbial corner theatre, as useful to the working life of the people of Stoke-on-Trent as the corner shop or newsagent. Cheeseman's prevailing focus on Stoke-on-Trent then ensured that the documentaries were always firmly rooted in the area, with no qualms about the specificity of productions. Indeed, topics were chosen to engage an almost exclusively local audience. In an interview with Judith Cook in 1974, he confirmed this. We have never made any compromise in the direction of making shows comprehensible to people from outside the district. There's no point. They are our special contribution to its life, and any visitor who drops in must expect to feel like a visitor. The community responded warmly. Reviews in the local newspaper for the Jolly Potters described the production being received with acclamation, whilst the Daily Mail reviewer commented on the thunderous reception when the misery of the pot bank was over. Audience correspondence too is suggestive of the positive reception. May I congratulate your company on a spectacle not only enjoyable, but also life-enhancing, a sense of occasion, of truth, and after being linked vitally to a past that matters to the present, made it the stuff from which something larger than just theatre emerges, the hope that the city might become meaningful. This response was one that seemed to be shared by audience member and non-theatre goer alike. Cheeseman commented that even that huge mass of people who don't come to the theatre and never intend to seems to contain a large number who regard us fiercely as a cherished local possession. Thus, the documentaries became fundamental in the community's acceptance of the Vic as part of the potteries landscape, since they were proof that the company was, as Cheeseman described, serious about our attachment to the district. The success of a theatre's relationship with its audience remains difficult to quantify. However, Cheeseman claimed that my hope was that these shows would really intensify our relationship with the district and give this relationship a concrete form on the stage. They have done. The figures support his sentiments, with the yearly attendance rising to 69% in 1969-70. Moreover, he claimed that the consistent funding that the theatre received from the local authorities was directly attributable to their work on the documentaries. Cheeseman's commitment to the district and decision to focus the documentary work on the history of the region therefore ensured that the local authorities valued the theatre highly enough to increase its grants vastly, with very little criticism from the local community.
That's 5 minutes, thanks.
Thank you. Cheeseman's approach to creating the theatre's archive was much the same as his approach to making the documentary plays. Indeed, a recent scoping assessment report undertaken by the National Archive Scheme, Archives Revealed, noted that the archive is very complete, unusually complete, and this is critical to understanding its significance. It is of national and perhaps even international importance in terms of drama and theatre history, the documentary method, and the architecture of the New Vic. The archive itself contains a vast amount of material relating to the company's productions, including recordings of performances, prompt scripts and press cuttings, as well as an extensive collection of correspondence between theatre practitioners, audience members, local organisations, and the Victoria Theatre. Further, there are a number of original scripts contained in the archive and detailed correspondence between Peter Cheeseman and a variety of playwrights, many of whom began their career in Stoke-on-Trent. The archive is particularly unique since it contains all of the research undertaken by the company for the local documentaries, including all the interview recordings and transcripts from a variety of Staffordshire workers, such as miners, steel workers, and prisoners of war. The collection also contains photographs and other records relating to the conversion of the old Victoria Theatre in Hartsill and the building of the New Vic Theatre in Newcastle-under-Lyme. There's also a large amount of information and correspondence based on Arts Council funding, as well as more general accounting and meeting minutes, which document the daily operation of a regional repertory theatre. The archive is currently run by Honorary Archivist Romy Cheeseman and staffed by a group of volunteers. This dedicated and knowledgeable group has strong links with academics at the University of Staffordshire and the Staffordshire Film Archive. There has been, however, very little investment in the archive, and only a very small proportion has been digitised. The recent assessment highlighted a number of risks to the collection, with the documentary audio archives as being particularly high risk, since they're open reel tapes. There's so much potential for this material to be used by a diverse range of groups, for example, university drama courses, local theatre or social history groups, but currently accessibility is very limited. Digitisation would allow a far greater number of people to discover some of the wonderful material held in the archive and engage with it in a variety of ways. Moving forward, the archive is keen to embrace digitisation and is hoping to win funding to do so. To mark the 60th anniversary of the inception of the New Vic in 2022 and 60 years of theatre making in Stoke and North Staffordshire, the New Vic and the Victoria Theatre Archive are collaborating to propose a heritage lottery bid for an oral history project that utilises the documentation held by the archive, demonstrating the processes required for the making of the early documentaries and how that's been developed to this day. If the bid is successful, one of the outputs would be the digitisation of parts of the archive that would be used for the project and would remain accessible for future use. It would be the first step towards the archive's aim to create a more accessible digital platform for the material and to ensure that these valuable recordings could continue to impact on future generations of theatre making. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Really interesting to see, well, such a clear sort of summary of all of that valuable work, but also to see what remains of it and and just what a fantastic nick it all seems to be in as an archive, but of course all the challenges of keeping that all going as well. So thank you very much. I should have said at the start that, as with the previous panels, what we'll do is we'll invite questions as they occur to you, but if you could put them for now in the chat, and then at the end we'll go through and put those questions to all three of our panelists, if that would be all right. Thank you. Okay, so next up, the doyenne of Reminiscence Theatre, a woman who needs no introduction but always gets one anyway. So Pam Schweitzer, MBE, is here. You're all set, Pam?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. To talk about the Reminiscence Theatre archive that we are holding here at the University of Greenwich, of all of her work with Age Exchange over many years. And I guess in a way, it's a very neat dovetailing from Rachel's talk into this one, because we're thinking now about an archive that has to quite a large extent now been digitized, although I know there is still some way to go. So over to you, Pam. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Harry. I hugely enjoyed your talk, Rachel, and thank you so much for that. I wasn't going to mention this, but I think I should under the circumstances, that the writer of some of our very best plays was the first wife of Peter Cheeseman, and she and he together developed so much of the research that went into their plays. And when Joyce came and wrote for us, she followed all the steps that Rachel was talking about in creating original theatre productions that would reflect local people's views and set them off on making records of those events that they'd been involved in. I have visited Stoke and talked to Peter, and he was very helpful to me on beginning to archive this work. But anyway, I'll talk to you at the moment about archiving Reminiscence Theatre. That's the main topic of this paper, that I was exploring past memories, but also very aware that we needed to secure their future. And over a 40-year period, that's been on my mind. I'll illustrate this with photographs taken by Alex Schweitzer, my late husband, and talk you through the slides as we go. In case Clare's still here, that's Clare Summerskill on the right, with Rebecca Clow and Owen Williamson. Oh, so sorry, next slide. I think this is all being done remotely because I'm not that confident. Yes, there we are. So what is Reminiscence Theatre? We might as well start with some sort of definition. And I would say, in my experience, mainly professional actors, but also you could read students for that, performing shows based on recorded interviews with a particular topic or subject chosen because of its topicality or its social history importance. These are actors who don't play in theatres on the whole. They would do 6 or 7 performances in a week, each in a different venue. So there's lots of get-ins and get-outs and complicated travel routes and so on. Also, their target audience was not a normal, conventional target audience. They were playing to older people who couldn't get to a theatre performance. Might be some community centres and day centres, but quite often where they were playing to a residential audience, they were going into the older people's space. Let's have the next slide. So it's not just actors we're talking about. Here's a team. There's Joyce Holliday sitting next to me holding a script, Joyce Cheeseman as was. And there in the picture are the actors. I don't know if I can point them out. I don't think I can, but 4 actors sitting at the table: Joyce, the writer, Lisa, the scenic designer, me, the director, stage and company manager who helps get the show on the road, and an administrator. And missing from the photograph, but terribly important, is a musical director for every show. We had a professional music director because we felt that the music song as a special way of re-engaging people with a particular time, place, situation couldn't be overestimated. And almost all the music was of the time and was in many cases actually suggested by the older people themselves. Next slide, please. The memories were often recorded in groups. These were not oral history type life history interviews. Rather, our arrangement with venues was that we would come along and we would bring some stimulus material with us, maybe do some music, some singing as well. But we were really there to gather memories for a play. You can see the little old 20-pound Philips tape recorder sitting on this old gentleman's knee, and we would sometimes pass the tape recorder around, a bit like the principle of whoever holds the conch speaks in Lord of the Flies. And so this was a good way of controlling a great overflow of memories all at the same time. Why did we interview people in groups? The effect of hearing other people's memories was to free up long forgotten and locked up memories for those who were listening. And so we would start with people often saying, oh, they couldn't remember very much about that time. And then soon there were great rivers of memories coming back to people's minds, and they shared them. These were occasions for laughter often, and some tears actually, for sorrow. But it was a good thing to be doing. And this was quite revolutionary in the very early 80s when I'm talking about. Up to that time, it had been thought that reminiscence or dwelling was a thoroughly bad thing, and that older people should be encouraged to be in the present, which ignored the fact that actually reminiscence was also emerging at the same time as a very healthy activity, taking stock of one's life, remembering key moments in it and sharing them with others. Not to mention the pleasure for the older people of seeing their work developed by a professional theatre company. So there were also, next slide please, there were also star storytellers. Here you see a group of older people remembering a street they all lived in as children in Blackheath Village. And there were two ladies who'd known each other all their lives, now in their 90s, contrary to appearances. And they were a fount of information and told the stories so well. But you can also see that in the background, there's part of an exhibition designed to stimulate memories of the local area. And so we had all sorts of different ways of triggering memories, really. This was recorded in the Reminiscence Centre, and the Reminiscence Centre, quite a Reminiscence Centre anymore in the same way, gave them a lot of opportunities to remember together in a pleasurable way. Next. It wasn't only the interviews that involved older people and people related by way of content to our shows. It was also a really valuable exercise to get some of the sources into the rehearsals. Here we've got a chap who was a docker, Rod Kerr, and the actor's looking a bit worried there, but they are listening to him and learning. For example, this chap had to learn how to be convincing carrying a 1/2 hundredweight of coal on his back. Actually, I think it might even have been 100 weight, but whatever it was outrageously heavy. And he had to look as though he knew what he was doing. So the actors were being people they were playing. Here you see young Charlie, the apprentice lightman, learning to row a barge up the Thames. And in the background, you can see a bit of the back cloth, which was of a dockland scene. Next slide, please. So there we see one of the pensioners, Iris Gange, who'd been trained by the GPO and was a teleops girl doing all sorts of things as a WAF, Women's Auxiliary Air Force. It was the high point of her life. She loved talking about it. She'd been quite a poet in her way and written in the early 40s songs about her situation and the jobs she had to do and working the switchboard and so on and so forth. And she'd come into the rehearsal on that day, and to her absolute delight, she heard the actors singing a song, rather in the style of the Andrews sisters, Close Harmony and so on, to words that she herself had written. So she was absolutely made up by the visit and told the actors exactly how they had to stand and be to convince their intended audience that they knew what they were doing. It certainly wouldn't pass muster if you were wearing the wrong number of stripes or not following the rules that you should have. Next slide, please. Again, they were helping the actors to take on their parts. I was really struck by Rachel's talk about storing the memories, and also very much by gosh, the name's gone out of my head. Please forgive me, our first speaker. Come on.
Andy.
Andy. I loved what he said about the drive, sorry about that, the drive to make a permanent record. I mean, we had very much the same, you know. It was wonderful hearing the people's words and listening in a very privileged way to the stories they were telling, whether they were telling us in group interviews or what I didn't mention was in private interviews we had one-to-one with a lot of people. They weren't life story interviews, but they were related to the topic where a single speaker could go into a lot more detail. We felt we must preserve these, sorry, go back. We must preserve these stories. The very first book was the 50 years ago book to go with the 50 years ago show, which was produced in 1983 and which was reflecting on 1933, when at that time there were 3 million unemployed in 1933 and 83. So there was the focus for our first play. But we did actually, against everybody's advice, manage to get out a book containing all the best stories. And that gave a new life to those stories. You know, we would leave them behind at the end of the play. Around this time, people were beginning to see the value of doing reminiscence work in sheltered housing units, day centres, clubs, care homes. And so the books were invaluable in promoting this work, and they gave a longer life. They come up again in the story later on. You might be wondering where the money came from for all this. Well, it came from a myriad of sources. We had to be very imaginative, really. We never got a penny from the Arts Council in 25 years of running a professional theatre company. I think actually we did. We got £1,000, and that was for Joyce Cheeseman, Joyce Holiday, to write a play for us. I'd quite forgotten that. So where did the money come from? Well, the GLC, bless it, before Thacker abolished it, really did give thought to spreading the cultural net wide and realizing that not much was spent on entertainment and activity for older people. And the GLC supported us with the establishment of the theatre company, the paying of the equity rates all the way through our 20-odd years. And they also supported us in the first place with the books, but we then found further examples later on. Next slide, please. In case you don't know it, that is County Hall, by the way, where the GLC gave the money away. Well, after some years, I did start worrying in just the same way that Rachel was talking about space and about where everything could be stored. We had a temporary chief executive who said, I think we should let these offices, Age Exchange had some offices that were very useful where you could prepare scenery, rehearse and so on. He said, we're going to get rid of all this. Let's get this room clear and let it. And so a lot of stuff had to be removed and found somewhere. It actually came to my house and more or less took over my house. And I gather that was the same with the Peter Cheeseman archive. You know, it was in everywhere, in garages and God knows what. The young lady who was sitting there spent about 6 months sitting in the roof listing everything that she could find. She was a German student who loved doing the work and sort of half lived with us, but she was the first of many, many people from Germany, from Spain, from Finland, from Poland, who came to work for us through the good offices of the European Commission. The European Commission became a very important funder, especially for our, obviously for our international work. And there was more and more of that, more touring across Europe with the shows, giving workshops on how this work could be done, and working in countries which had been on opposite sides of the war. We had a wonderful time developing a European wing, and it survives to this day, the European Reminiscence Network, and we'll be talking about it on Wednesday.
That's 5 minutes now, ma'am.
Oh my goodness, haven't even got to the archive yet. In that case, can we move on quickly? That's some of the contents of material towards the What Did You Do in the War Mum show, CDs, photographs, transcripts, look, up to 59 transcripts of the interviews, all done verbatim. So we have that material on computer, and it's been a very valuable source for the archive. Next slide, please. Oh, this was just a very unusual piece of archive material I thought I'd share with you. In case you're a bit puzzled by it, what it is, it's icing, the icing on the cake of a 10th anniversary birthday cake made for us by one of our pensioners volunteers and her daughter. And they decided to celebrate some of the key moments in the first 10 years. The opening of the Reminiscence Centre, resources for reminiscence, a hopping project, a training program, national and international, intergenerational work, intercultural work with people from other countries, and the European dream, which we no longer have. I'll say no more about that. But this was a source for our archivist was very excited about this and attacked it immediately with tweezers and glue. And it's part of the archive. Yes. Next slide, please. Here you're going to meet Natasha. I'm afraid you've only got the back of her there, but she's going to be talking next about the work of the students and the work in the archive and meeting some of the older people. So let's go quickly to the next slide because she can cover that. And here you see the archivist, Will Robley. And that's what it looks like now. It's all in the Stockwell Street Library of the university. If you look on the right-hand side, you'll even see one of those very smart little wheels that you can turn around and that moves the walls of the archive, and which excites me every time I use it. Can we, next slide, please? So rather than visit the website, I've just chosen a few photographs that will show you what it's like. Along the top of that photograph of the show Roots, you'll see the categories: About Us, Productions, which is a very full section, a methodology of how to do it, our current work, the work we did with older people's theatre and intergenerational work. The older people's theatre work I'd love to say a little bit more about, but if only if there's time. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. There's a welcome to the archive, a unique record of Reminiscence Theatre productions between 1983 and 2005. And then more shots, lots of photographs. The productions, each production is supported by the research, videos of the shows, press cuttings, accompanying publications. And then there's the methodology. Next slide, please. And now, these are just some of the shows, but we've managed to find archival material of just about all the productions. And by clicking on whatever poster you like, you can go inside, you can see live or recorded performances, you can read transcripts, you can hear people reminiscing, you can see the press coverage and the tour scheduling, which was particularly interesting because it was not conventional touring at all. It was touring for, as I've said, 6 or 7 shows a week, each in a different venue. We do need to expand this to show all the work in Europe, which there was a great deal. Most of these shows have a book with them, and that is also digitized and stored. So a huge amount of stuff has been digitized and is on the website. And you must have a look at it if you get a chance. www.reminiscencetheatrearchive.org.uk, which I have given to the University of Greenwich. I'm cooperating with them, and they've been helpful and supported the digitization of hundreds of photographs. Next slide, please. Just about there. This is just like the country, about the interwar housing estates. And this was being launched at the RIBA, the Royal Institute of British Architects, who were sad that there were not more records of those early settlers on the outer London estates building homes fit for heroes by the LCC, the London County Council, and the actors performing stories taken from those pioneers of the interwar housing estates. Where you see a little triangle, that indicates that you can see the show, or at least a good part of the show. And that goes for more and more. We've just recently digitized a lot more of the VHS films. And those are, there is of course a loss of quality, but I think it still gives a sense of the play, the playmaking, the acting style, which was really rather different, rather out front to the audience so they could see and hear. Next slide, please. So there, the older people's theatre, a lot of older people from ethnic minority groups were in the 90s and afterwards preparing plays, which I directed in many cases, or other people came in and directed, and they found a stage to talk about their experience. And the Good Companions were a wonderful group of older people who'd never acted before and who played, they created with me 12 shows, I think, over as many years, and it transformed their old age. We became terrifically good friends, and they became very accomplished actors, started calling each other darling and that sort of thing, and enjoyed touring, loved it. Next slide, please. And here we've got intergenerational work, plays based on older people's memories, performed by the children and very often performed with the older people. And there are films of these shows, Grandmother's Footsteps with its accompanying book, where the older people were playing their grandparents and the children were playing them. Last slide, please. And there are the current work with the university involving the memory boxes, which some of you will see if you're coming to tomorrow's event. And there was a group of students, very enthusiastic in the recent past, who set up their own theatre company, calling themselves the Reminiscence Theatre Archive Company. And from that university base, we created a new older people's theatre company with very, very old people in it. They just did one production, but it was very high quality. And yes, we now need the sort of money that the Peter Cheeseman project are wanting to apply for. And I need some very dedicated, enthusiastic people to help put some applications together so that we can move forward with the archive. I do think that working with archives is not as easy as people say it is. And finding people who will help to put up the information on the website and digitize it and upload it isn't a piece of cake, but it is worthwhile, and it's great to be able to see the work and experience it online. It's so democratic and anybody can look. So I better leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pam. Fabulous, thank you. And I think it was great to bring it into around the sort of time that we had for you. So it's as somebody who's worked with Pam on the archive over the years and on the digitization of it, I would say that absolutely it's incredible how much it's expanded over the years, and how much more there is in it now than there ever was. And it's an amazing, expansive treasure trove. But of course, Pam's mission, as always, is to make it even bigger and even more capacious and fuller, so that more and more material is available freely to anyone who wants it, which is a marvelous thing. So that's certainly something we look forward to working with you further on, Pam. Okay, so if there are any questions for Pam, please put them in the chat and we'll come back to them at the end. But now we must move on to our third panelist, my colleague Natasha Oxley, who is one of the members of the drama teaching team. She teaches applied and socially engaged drama, as well as young people's theatre, advanced acting. But more to the point, from this point of view, she's worked closely with Pam over a number of years now, and has been continuing our efforts to give our students the benefit and the value of this enormously enriching archive that we have sort of at their disposal. So that's what she's going to talk about now. Over to you, Natasha.
Thank you. I've just lost sight of you and I'd like to see everybody, so I'm just switching back there. Okay. So in 2017, some of the memory boxes that you saw on Pam's penultimate or final slide came to Bathway, the University of Greenwich drama department, and I arrived there shortly afterwards to start working there. And Pam was preparing for a conference, the Remembering Yesterday, Caring Today conference, and she was really keen for the students to devise performances from the memory boxes for the first time. And so we worked together to facilitate that, and we've worked together each year since then on the second year module in applied and socially engaged drama. And every year we've seen some common benefits, which I'm going to talk about. So firstly, Pam teaches the students the methodology, and they learn about how to make drama from older people's memories. They learn how to gather the material, and Pam tells them about the specific approach to dramatic techniques that is used in her reminiscence theatre method, including narration, montage scenes, and then some scenes that are enacted. And then they can choose to, after making short scenes in class, they can choose to adapt or apply this approach to their own performance work. And every year, some students say that this experience of working with older people's lives has a positive impact on their well-being. And one student said that in particular, hearing how older people had overcome adversity had helped her to deal with things in her own life. And another student, one of many in fact, said that it's all about perspective. And I'll share some other student reflections, as well as some of my observations on these common benefits, which I'll group broadly into pedagogic, personal, and practical benefits. Before that, I'm just going to give you a brief summary of some performance examples, and I'm going to show you an object to represent each of these three performances. I'm not using slides, so I'm going to show you these objects instead in a moment. So in 2017, these memory boxes were set out for students. I should say, actually, since we haven't covered this yet, that the memory boxes were made by artists to depict the memories of older people, and they are in ammunition boxes, old ammunition boxes, being used for a peaceful purpose, of course. So these memory boxes were set out, and Pam explained to the students how they were made and how they'd travelled across Europe. And they then observed the design and the style of the boxes, the objects inside, and the blurb that goes alongside the box. And then they chose the box that they most wanted to work with. And this could be based on the style or the appearance, or it could be that they connected in some way with the story represented by the box. And so this is how the groups performed. There were 5 groups, and each group created a short performance. They conducted additional socio-historical research, and Pam also invited some older people in to meet the students, and so they were able to interview some of them. So then the students were able to select material from this vast range of sources, including the archive, as well as the boxes. And from these sources, they created scripts, and they included verbatim language whenever possible. They chose some costumes, and they designed some simple sets, which in many cases were connected with the objects in the box, and they shared their performances at the conference. One group chose the box that depicts the memories of Helen Aronson, who was a then 92-year-old survivor of the Łódź ghetto. And Helen came to meet the students, and she talked about her horrendous experiences as a young Jewish girl in Poland during the war, and about her escape at the end of the war, and then about her long life in London and the UK since escaping that war. And this was obviously intense and emotional, but the students were really struck by her positivity and her positive outlook on life, and in particular, the fact that she'd overcome such adversity. And they were also very impressed by Helen's glamorous appearance. And she had perfect makeup, which one of them in particular loved, and she was very sharply dressed, often with a neck scarf similar to this one. And the students chose to represent Helen in their performance with a neck scarf similar to this one. And they took turns to play her, and they put this similar neck scarf on when they took on her role. They based their set design on the design of the box, which has slats in it to create a division between Helen's life in Łódź, in Poland, and in London. And the students used a white screen to represent this divide, and they used shadow physical performances projected onto that screen for the really difficult bits in Łódź, and then they came out in front of that screen for the happier bits in London, and they enacted scenes such as her arrival and asking for directions and meeting her husband-to-be and so on. Helen saw the performance, and the students said that they felt really pressured to perform in front of her, of course, but they were really proud of what they'd done. And some of them stayed in contact with her afterwards. They made a really strong bond with her. This, moving on now, this red balloon represents another performance from that same year. So I'm going to try and keep it in frame while I talk. So another group of students chose to dramatize a box that represented the memories of a woman called Gerlinde, whose family had been separated by the Berlin Wall. And they had several red balloons that were helium filled and on really, really long strings, so that they were as high as they could possibly be in the Bathway Theatre while staying visible for the audience. And they then chose to have these balloons in a line down the center of the stage, and then to release them to represent the collapse of the wall at the end of their piece, to create this kind of uplifting ending that they felt chimed with the positive outlook of some of the older people in particular. One of the students said that they felt really invested in this story, even though they hadn't, in this case, met the person whose life they were dramatizing. They said that they felt able to empathize with the people who experienced the events because of being able to access the boxes, which they felt were a great resource for history as well as for creating theatre and art. In 2018, students worked with the archive. Some of them went into a school to perform for children. In 2019, students looked at 2 of the memory boxes. One group chose to dramatise the life of Hilda Kennedy, who again came to meet the students, and they showed her their work in progress, not the finished piece. And Hilda directed the students, telling them how certain bits should be. And that was great, particularly because Hilda had wanted to be on the stage herself. So that was a great session. And the students did step up actually when she was there. In 2020, the module was delivered entirely online, as many were. And so students were able to still access online materials as well as other people and materials they had access to. They made short scenes still in the online classes, and then they adapted the Reminiscence Theatre methodology for various pieces, taking a range of approaches about a range of topics. One group used verbatim to dramatise contemporary experiences of the pandemic. Another group focused on women's experiences in public places and spaces. And one student chose to apply the methodology, but in a sort of invisible way in the final piece. She made a stylized film about her father's experiences being injured at work and suffering a life-changing injury. And he featured at the end of the film, as did several of her family members. And her dad planned to use this film in his new work in health and safety in the workplace. In 2021, so just last term, students worked mainly with the archive and with interviews. One group created a piece about contrasting experiences of evacuation during the war. And another group used their own stories. So they chose to dramatize stories from their own families. And they made a piece that they called War Stories. And most of the students in that group interviewed one of their own grandparents. And this toy plane, which I don't think I'll try to hold fully in frame completely while I talk, so there it goes, represents that performance. And in particular, one scene in which the students played at being planes. This was based on one student's interview with his grandfather, in which he described moments from his childhood in rural Leicestershire, joking around with people in his class and playing with his friends at being warplanes. And the student said that this experience with his grandfather of laughing and joking while collecting these memories from him was really valuable. And in a way, that was one of the key benefits for him of that creative experience. Two other students interviewed their grandmothers. One of them discovered that her grandmother and her community had planted fruit and veg in Brockwell Park during the war. Another student shared stories of her family's experiences in Pakistan, and another had interviewed her grandfather about his family's experiences in India. And she included a recording of him in the performance as if she were talking to him on the phone, which was really effective. And the students connected these stories with scenes set in the present day where they played themselves. And these were naturalistic scenes where they were just chatting to each other about their families, and then they merged into one story at a time using a range of dramatic techniques for each one. And these students said that they really wanted to listen and share and preserve as many stories as possible, and to amplify the voices of the older generation through the younger generation. And they said they felt it was empowering to perform these stories about their own families. So each year we do see similar reflections and benefits. And as I said, I can group those broadly under pedagogy, personal and performance. And I think that although in-person intergenerational connections clearly do deepen the students' experiences, many of these positive outcomes still happen, even when the students are just working with the archive or the memory boxes or both. So the sources and resources, the materials themselves offer many opportunities for some of these benefits. There is, of course, a key pedagogical benefit for our students in that they're learning Pam's methodology directly from her. So they gain a depth of knowledge, and this also gives them a sense of confidence. They know that they're learning from the expert, so it must be right. They benefit from a scaffolded approach where they learn the theory, then they see some recorded examples, and then they do the research and then make their own work. And they develop their research skills through this process, which is of course applicable to their other work. They draw this information from a variety of sources in various formats, which can appeal to different thinking and learning styles. And I think the 3D memory boxes really activate some students' creativity. And I think it's also good for them to connect their work with that of another artist, i.e. the person who made the memory box. I feel like it makes them kind of step up and see their own selves as artists, I suppose. And of course, the oral histories provide lots of educational material and information. There are practical benefits in terms of theatre making. I think that Pam's steps for making reminiscence theatre give them a framework, and the source material gives them ready-made script material in the verbatim texts. And so this ready-made content and structure gives them a security, but then they've also got this creative freedom. And this is a good mix for students. It gives them confidence to try things out, which can often be a bit daunting for them.
5 minutes, thanks.
All right, thanks. And obviously, as I've said already, performing other people's real lives brings pressure, but it does make students step up, I think. They often say they want to get it right. One student said that this pressure gave them a really good level of focus in the performance, which they hadn't had before and they found helpful. Another student said that showing respect to the stories that you portray impacts the performance and further impacts the performance, and that the personal connection helped them to embody the characters in the stories. Of course, the students have a vast amount of information that they can access about the people that they're performing, way more than any playwright would provide, I would argue. And so this is a huge backstory. So really, they have a lot of material that can help them as performers. I've mentioned already the personal impact and gaining of perspective. It also gives the students a sense of worth. They feel trusted and valued, and they value the responsibility of performing someone's life. It brings people together across generations, and for some students, this work might be the only chance that they have to connect with older people while they're at university. And of course, as I've mentioned, some of them actually take the opportunity to connect with their own families. And I think this work also helps and encourages students to reflect on their own futures. And in turn, that helps them to recognize that there's great value in the present. Even the small things will impact the future. And this has a benefit as well, I think. So in this application, Pam has facilitated the engagement, student engagement with real people's lives from the past. And this is an adaptation of Pam's reminiscence theatre methodology for a higher education context in which the students, the drama students themselves, can become key beneficiaries of the practice. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Natasha. That was great and refreshing as well. Fantastic as slideshows are, and we all have enjoyed everyone's very nice PowerPoint slides. It's also nice to mix it up a little bit and have some 3D objects. I don't know if you could make the plane take one more pass across the screen. Always nice to see the high quality special effects that we have at the university.
Hello, so the time is now 4:35, and you'll notice that there is a change in programme. You might be able to tell that I'm not Sarah. I am in fact Dave Hockham, Theatre Manager of the University of Greenwich, and I will be chairing this next session. And we've got 3 speakers. The first is Martine and Hannah from Gale Gal Creative Productions. And the School of with the School of Scottish Studies, who work to oh good, I've got a frog in my throat today. The School of Scottish Studies, whose work looks to bring ethnology to performance. That'll be followed by Dr. Erica Hughes, Reader of Performance at the University of Portsmouth, where she also leads the performance programme. And they'll be speaking about The Amazing Life of Margaret Hoyman, a documentary performance play that premiered at the Brighton Fringe in 2021 and is currently touring the US, Canada, UK and Germany. And then I will present. I'm the theatre manager at the University of Greenwich, and I'll be bringing together my work over the past 5 years across research, knowledge exchange and enterprise around the theme of oral histories and sonography. So thank you very much everybody for joining us again in this final session, and I'd like to pass swiftly over to Martine and Hannah. Thank you.
I'm Martine. In 2018, I attended a lecture by Dr. Hugh Hagan, who was recounting the stories drawn from his thesis, which was Women's Lives in a Shipbuilding Community, Irish Catholic Port Glasgow in the 1930s. And this was written by him during the early 1990s. I was riveted. Hugh's voice and accent so deeply authentic and clearly invested. He had drawn many of the interviews he carried out in the 1990s from within his own family members and friends. He was actually part of this community. He was talking to me about my own grandparents without knowing it, also members of the Irish diaspora who landed in Scotland to make lives that were sometimes better and sometimes worse than those they'd come from. I was looking for a story. I knew I loved archives, and I also knew I wanted stories to spring out of the archives onto the various stages that would light up with the voices of testimonies of lives largely hidden. Hugh looked around the lecture hall at the end and said, "There is nothing happening with this research. Is there anyone out there?" It was my call to arms. Hugh's thesis throws up an abundance of characters, storyline, plot, deep background, dramatic turns, and visual imagery, alongside the emotional resonance of the women and men whose voices continue to move us.
The recordings are stored digitally at the School of Scottish Studies archives. To move forward, we need to look at frameworks in which we could access and use the material. This took ethical approval, consent and permissions were sought. At every stage of the process of research, fieldwork and creating, respect for the contributors, family and material was core. Colleagues at the archives were a valuable resource. They guided us through the required processes and shared their knowledge of the material, other projects and their experiences. The digital archives has allowed us to connect with Cassie's voice and her family, and have allowed the family to reconnect with their past. Authentic voices record the lived experience and real history of people and place. They reach through the ages. We could be sat in the room with Cassie. She tells Hugh about her life of love and loss, challenges and fortitude. We fell in love with the voices and the stories we were hearing. We wanted to know how women descendants of the original contributors felt they had fared in light of that heritage, and how the lived experience of that environment that had shaped the lives of their grandmothers had borne out in their own circumstances. Creatively using digital archives meant we could go in and revisit the material, shaping the emerging themes as we honoured Cassie's story.
What a voice.
I could write I've had to tell my whole life story. What do you call that? Captain Cooks and wouldn't have a look at it. No. Been through all the things I've been through in my life. Yeah, I couldn't write it. But if I could, it'd be a good one.
What a voice, what a voice, what a voice I hear. It's like the voice of my Wally dear. But if I had wings like that swallow high, I would clasp in
I love you, Granny. Do you, Alice?
Big families. The women suffered, the men walked out. The men all stood at the corners in them days. Corner boys. Didn't I tell you about the corner boys?
No.
No what, the gangs of the young people all stood, men stood at the corner. A man wouldn't have took a wean out in them days. Wouldn't have dreamt it. Unheard of thing for to take their weans out. Unheard of. Now they're out with the prams and everything. I mean, talk of the town of a man out with a pram in them days.
Right, she had Neely, Paddy, Arthur and my daddy, but in between that she had James, she had Grace and wee Anne.
A couple of miscarriages
Aye,
too, but the mains actually.
It's a lot of pregnancies,
James
isn't
died
it?
of TB
There's a lot
when he was
kids
only
just
2.
died then, you know.
Grace was premature and died just after birth, and then Anne, the holes in the heart.
It's sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because she used to sit and she used to tell, she was sitting yapping to her for us, because I got on really well with her. She
Yeah.
was good to them, you know, and very good to them, to Matthew, you know. She had grandkids that was in England, that, but they were here, and she helped a lot with them, you know. She was a good person. She'd sit and tell you stories and you could sit and listen to her for hours. For hours. Her and Gracie, you know, them, her sister, and
Aye.
a Monday night, but even just sitting at night, maybe me and her, and she'd be sitting telling you all these things. Because we were brought up in a big family and we had it hard. And we, you know, there's a poverty thing there with us as well. Poverty that we probably lived through, and it was bloody hard, you know. Theirs was probably worse. But when you sit and hear about their poverty, and then you listen to the young ones today talking
I
poverty, and I'm
know,
like,
it's not the same, but definitely,
poverty.
aye, but not on the same scale as
Not the way we had it.
This is the wee girl that she had that died. This is wee Anne.
Oh, she looks so happy with her.
She only one girl that she had.
She had another, but she
Aye,
had
Gracie.
Grace. But
She was stillborn.
Was
She wasn't stillborn. She was born and lived.
She's premature.
Less than a day.
Oh.
But this one broke her heart. My gran, that's Cassie.
Yeah.
And that's wee Anne. Yeah. The one she always wanted a girl. She had the 4 boys and she was desperate for a wee girl. That one was born with holes in her heart and she died. She was just over a year, wasn't she? Was she 18 months?
18 months.
And she never ever got over that.
No, she didn't.
Talks about her the day she died, and
Did
she
she?
cried
God.
every time. Every
Devastated.
time you mentioned her eyes were, her eyes filled up. She was just devastated.
I wish that my babe was born and smiling on some nurse's knee, and for myself to be dead and gone, and along green grass growing over me.
And the poor Elma, she hasn't got a penny, she hasn't got a penny, and she's getting the kids ready. The poor Elma, and she's getting the kids ready, she hasn't got a penny to her name.
I think it was a way of life, because if you think back to them days, a lot of men weren't like that. They come out the shipyard on a Friday and right into the pub before they would get in with the wages and that. Because on a Friday, I went to St Lawrence's School, and St Lawrence's School was straight across the street from Scotch Shipyard. And seeing a Friday, you see all the women lined up with the wains, waiting for the shipyard doors to open, and all the men would be piling out, hundreds and hundreds of them, and the women would all be still waiting in their men to get their wages before they went into the pub.
And it's oh so lonely, oh, he's left us on our own, oh, down the black and amber, treating strangers like they're kings. And it's oh so
I was in the pub, the money. You ever seen them before 9 o'clock closing time, and you got what was left? When you're out, we had a bit of money. Till about the night my man came in after drinking his money with a box of chocolates for me. That was my wages. Box of chocolates.
What happened?
Well, have them happen. There were chocolates from one end of the house to the other. Is that my wages? Oh, bang! Up in the head with them. And there were chocolates from one end. And he turned round to the boys and says, look what I'm getting for bringing in chocolates. His idea was, I guess I'll manage. Aye. And so I did, one way and another. I could get the things.
we know that we will suffer, and we know that we will suffer. He come home legless and he after a fish supper, and he doesn't hold a title to his name. And it's oh so lonely, oh, he's left us on our own, oh, down the black and amber.
And still people were happy. People were happy in them days. They had no money, but they were happy. And in the summer evenings, the women all used to take out chairs and sit in the street watching the wains all playing, you know, street games. And singing to all hours at night. They're sitting, singing, some good singers among them too. And the young ones, I learned to dance in the big close, what they call the close. This is a close coming up into this house, but this was a big wide one, and that's all the young ones learned to dance, and some would play a mouth organ, some of the boys would play a mouth organ.
She hasn't got a penny, she hasn't got a penny, and she's getting the kids ready. The poor Elma, and she's getting the kids ready. She hasn't got a penny.
Do you remember the decline of shipbuilding in Port Glasgow?
I do remember it, but I was young, and I can. The answer, it's not going to be what you're looking for, but I can remember the year it all happened, and me having a television, for my Christmas, getting a portable telly for my bedroom, when nobody around, none of my friends or anything had one. I think I was about 8 or 9 years old, and my dad getting paid off and having his redundancy, and having this wonderful Christmas and thinking, this is magic. We didn't know what was ahead. We just know we were too young. I think I was maybe about 8 or 9 and get the television, and I can remember my pals put up and being like, oh, you got a telly in your bedroom? Not realising what it actually meant. Hold on, your dad's just been given money and his life is going to go belly up and things are going to go majorly downhill. As an innocent child, all you seen was the package that he had got. His redundancy money had bought a great Christmas for us. It was the last one for a long time. My dad turned to alcohol. He liked to drink before that, but he turned to alcohol badly. He got frustrated that he couldn't earn, and my mother was out. My mother worked in National Semiconductor, and she earned a good wage, and it caused a lot of friction that she was earning.
And it's oh so lonely, always left us on our own. We're sitting in the freezing, wonder what the day will bring. And it's oh so lonely, always left us on our own. Down the black and amber.
I worked for 4 years during the war, out in the goods station, doing a man's job during the war. They made me roll away to the war. I was there the whole war. There were other 3 women working along with me, just the 4 women in that job. And after the war, the men had to get their jobs back. They needed their jobs. So they sacked 3 women, they kept me on. I was always a worker. They kept me on as a cleaner in the office, and I was there for 20 years in that one job.
Did you work before you went to work in a goods station? Did you work before that?
In the mill. The mill till I got married. Worked in Bert Myers Mill. I was a spinner. I worked in there up till I got married. I was married at 19. I had to leave when you get married. On and off I've worked most of my life. Oh, you had to. My mother was the same. My mother went out and worked for the farmers, lifting the potatoes and at the haymaking, and the women worked hard in them days trying to earn a shilling.
Do you think she was super smart? Yep. She never got the show that she probably should have got when she was young, to be posh, to really make something of herself. She was very clever. But she was great at the likes of English, and she could talk about anything because she read all the time.
She was a reader.
She was a reader. That was her thing.
I know I'm a great one for you never think it the like of me. Poetry. I love poetry at school, and if I could read that length of poetry after this day at school. Barbara Frischie, all the different ones. Slave's Dream. It was just the poetry I liked. Abu Ben Adam. I know them all yet. I think I done well at school, but I never could pick up the mathematics. I wasn't good at sums. But all the rest, history, geography and all them kind of things, I was good at all them.
Would you like to have carried on in the school and studied and all that? I mean, if you had the chance.
When I come to about 14, a letter came from the authorities. A letter came, I'd been awarded a bursary of £5. That was a good bit of money then. But the irregularity at school would disqualify me. And I had to come to that stage and I started to run about now, so I wouldn't go to school. Never forgot that money. But I think that was £5 just to keep me on. The bursary. We didn't understand it. My mother and the little man didn't understand it. And now they do.
Although it wasn't a lot of touchy-feely love, there was an easiness there. But I don't know why. I felt more comfortable in the stern thing there, my granny Graham.
Your granny Graham. What I liked about her was she might not have showed you that kind of affection, but when you were away, she would sit with them and she would sing to them. Ellie's white drawers and things like that.
Ellie's white drawers. Ellie to bed.
She was dead affectionate that way, and you know, Miss Polly, the Dolly, and she would let all them. She would sit and sing to her for hours.
And I sung that with Amy and Owen and Caleb.
But that was the way she showed her affection. Whereas my mother didn't sing.
So, you came to visit and you spoke a lot about Gran last time. Well, it sparked off such a lot of happy memories and things that I had forgotten about. It was lovely. So I really enjoyed you being here and bringing all them memories back. It was things that go on in my own life that I had forgotten. I put to the back of my head. And with Gran being such a character, an inspirational lady. It was just lovely to have it refreshed. It made me think a lot about our family and the way that we lived and the way that I now live with mines, and how similar the comparisons are that I never thought would have happened. I thought I would have led a totally different life with being so much younger, but things didn't change so much. So I remember saying to her, life must have been so hard, you know, how did you manage? How did you get through all the bad times? And she said, well, I had yous, and that was my happiness. It was in, I think it may have been this one here.
Oh, look at Cassie in that.
That's a nice picture there, isn't it? Take it, and if you use it well and good. If not,
so what was this? Was that
that was, I think that was her 80th birthday, that one.
Right. Cassie at 80.
80, yeah.
Give her a him, they can talk as much as me. Sometimes I catch myself on talking too much.
Oh, no, it's a good thing, Cassie. Some people don't talk at all, you know, it's worse.
I love a good argument.
Do you?
What a voice, what a voice, what a voice I hear. It's like the voice of my Willie dear. But if I had wings like that swallow high.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution. So I've got two devices on the go. I'm having feedback one of those afternoons. Thank you very much for that, both Martine and Hannah from Gale Creative Productions. If anybody does have questions, please do post them in the chat and I'll attend to those later. But without further ado, I'm going to move swiftly on to Dr. Erica Hughes. Erica, can I pass on to you, please?
Yes, hi, and this is Bean. She's determined to be part of the presentation today. So thank you so much to the University of Greenwich and to the conference organizing team for the opportunity to join what's been a day of incredibly rich conversations and contributions, and a fantastic piece that we just saw just now. So I'm really grateful to be here. I'm a theater director and a dramaturg, as well as a scholar of performance. And much of my work over the last 2 decades has been in 2 distinct but related areas. So theater of the Holocaust, and that's specifically theater of the Holocaust for young audiences and about youth protagonists, and documentary theater. So I'm going to share my screen with you now. And my work on the play I'm going to talk about today, The Amazing Life of Margaret Hoyman, has brought together these 2 areas from my background, and like in all such projects, has taught me a lot as well. But first, I'd like to actually begin by situating this play in the larger contexts and frameworks of both Holocaust theater and of Holocaust education. Theater is often used to teach the Holocaust in plays around the world, and there are many Holocaust plays. Indeed, theater of the Holocaust has actually been mentioned several times today. For example, Tom Cantrell at the beginning of his talk briefly mentioned Nuremberg by Richard Norton Taylor, and Natasha Oxley shared a beautiful discussion of the relationship between student actors and a Holocaust survivor. So that the Holocaust would come up so often shouldn't actually be a surprise, as the Holocaust theater catalog, which is produced by the National Jewish Theater Foundation Holocaust Theater International Initiative at the University of Miami, lists over 850 plays about the Holocaust in its massive database. And this is, of course, anecdotal, but I can't actually think of another event in history that has been so often marked through the act of creating individual plays and performances. So if somebody else knows of one that has more than 850 plays, I'd really love to know about it. Because I think that this number tells us something important about the embodied way that people seek to remember the Holocaust. Because performance seeks to create a space for us to do just that, whether we're on the stage or sitting physically together in the audience. Oops. So I'd like to mention some of the works that have directly influenced our approach to the amazing life of Margaret Hoyman. The first is the performance initiative by the Bremen Shakespeare Company, Aus den Akten auf die Bühne, which means from the files to the stage, which was developed by Bremen-based historian Eva Schock-Quinteros. And that's brought together students of history and actors to offer staged readings of historical documents since 2007. And the project is also known as Sprechende Akten, or Speaking Files. And actually, that's the name of the website if you want to Google it. The second is the recent book Enacting History, which is a guide for teachers to create opportunities for young people to research oral history testimony collected in archives, including the USC Shoah Foundation, whose eyewitness program seeks to facilitate deep cultural engagement with these documents. And so as students watch oral history, they then use it as the basis to create performance. And in so doing, they perhaps become what the Israeli theater historian Freddie Rokem might term hyper-historians. That is, in reading the words of testimony, in verbally telling and retelling these old stories through new voices, they participate historiographically in the continued transmission of history and memory to the communities who see them perform. And then the last example is the work of German theater director Hans-Werner Kosinger, who's known as one of the pioneers in the field of documentary theater in the German-speaking world. And the image on the upper right side of the screen is from his performance of Die Kindertransporte at the Theater an der Parkaue, which is one of the state-supported theaters in, oh, sorry, I'm just checking, you can see those images on the screen, yes?
We can, yeah.
Okay, just checking. Great. Yeah, so anyway, so Die Kindertransporte is based on the testimonies of some of the many Jewish children who were sent from Nazi-controlled territory, of course, the largest number of whom came here to the UK. But the play itself features 4 composite characters based on these many stories. And these examples remind me of the importance of the editing process. As Joseph Sobol noted earlier today, it's really challenging to take the hours of testimony in which someone shares the most important and many times most difficult moments of their whole lives and cut it down and edit it and shape it into something that resembles the genre conventions to which we're largely accustomed. And these genre conventions perform an important duty themselves in our ability to comprehend a story being told to us in such a short amount of time, with our very human short attention spans and our equally human hunger for an emotional connection to these stories. And perhaps most importantly, in the case of Margaret Hoyman, the assumptions that we bring to these stories. Oftentimes, oral histories don't turn out like we expect them to at the beginning of an interview. But that can encourage us to reconsider the limits of our own knowledge base. And first and foremost, this play seeks to address a lacuna in Holocaust testimony. The Amazing Life of Margaret Hoyman was devised for the 2021 Brighton Fringe Festival, and screenings of the play are currently touring in the US, UK, Germany. And I directed the play using a script that I devised together with University of Warwick Holocaust historian, Anna Haikova. So that's a picture of Anna Haikova together with Margaret Hoyman. And the edited script took all of its words from a series of oral history interviews that Haikova collected with Margaret Hoyman in 2018 and 2019. And so this image was taken in 2018 during one of these visits, and Margaret just turned 94 earlier this year, and she lives outside of Tucson, Arizona. And she is a Jewish Holocaust survivor born in Germany who was in a number of ghettos and camps, including the Theresienstadt ghetto, the Neuengamme work camp in Hamburg, and she was in Auschwitz. She's also a lesbian, and this oral history is the very first testimony of a self-identified lesbian woman persecuted as a Jew in the Holocaust. So hers is a story that's not really been told before in the context of Holocaust memory and oral history. And so as Anna has noted, quote, there are important testimonies of women who survived as children and later in the 1960s realized they are attracted to women. But those testimonies do not speak to queer desire among Holocaust victims during the event. There are other women, including Felice Regenheim or Hava Kovitzer, the lesbian Jewish pioneer and writer, about whom important works have been written, but these women died in the Holocaust and did not have the opportunity to bear testimony, end quote. Now, bearing testimony is a critical way to resist dominant paradigms that seek to erase certain narratives from society and memory. Material and ideological considerations always loom large in archival practice and funding, as Rachel Walker and Pam Schweitzer so usefully articulated in their really great papers today. And as a side note, I would love to visit an archive that has icing samples. I thought that was amazing. But all that is to say is that the archive is a complicated place and a very political place. And this project is grateful for the contributions of feminist and queer scholars who visibilize the fact that what is archived and subsequently what could be written about a given event reflects the powers and norms of those who collect and preserve it. And so queer testimony brings much needed nuance into Holocaust history, which is often narrated as a binary and a very heteronormative space. And in this case, this is also the transmission of an intergenerational queer oral history from one lesbian who survived the Holocaust to another who's the descendant of people who died in the Holocaust. When we began working on the script, Anna and I held a series of writing workshops at our respective houses, but in retrospect, I really wonder whether it's almost a misnomer to call them writing workshops, because we actually spent so much time reading to one another. And so we read excerpts and sections and timed them again and again in our cutting process. Felt very natural to me, but it was really kind of a new thing for my historian friend and colleague on the project. We knew that this underpinnings of this story needed to be a queer story first and foremost, and a feminist story. And so we had to, of course, leave hours of testimony and decades of Margaret's life on the cutting room floor, but we highlighted the elements in this play that hadn't appeared in histories of the Holocaust. Namely, the fact that amidst the horror of the ghetto and concentration camp, teenaged Margaret fell in love with another woman. And she credits this love with sustaining her and saving her life. This image is from the first rehearsal where actors were present. So the thing about this picture here, there's Margaret, there's, well, the actor playing Margaret, but that's Anna. And Anna really kind of turned into a dramaturg very naturally. You know, it's a very seamless kind of way in which the historian kind of naturally became, in many respects, the advocate for a certain way of telling the story in a really transdisciplinary way. So when Anna and I decided to do this play together, COVID was, of course, not part of our vision, but the reality meant we adapted in rehearsals, hence the masks, and in the manner of performance. And we had originally thought to perform it live, as it was directed to be performed in a theater. But given the situation at the time and the concerns for actor and audience safety, we decided to adapt it for camera capture that was then streamed as live at Brighton Fringe. So we captured it with one take with multiple cameras, including some camera work by the actors themselves that was fed live onto the screen. And the multi-camera edit, it was edited in post-production, but some elements of feedback in the play were mixed live via the VJ software Resolume, which we also used to project historical documents and additional video footage on the screen behind the actors in an attempt to visibilize the process of documenting, recording, and archiving. Anna's recent book, The Last Ghetto, which was published by Oxford in 2020, was also a key text that we read as part of the research project process. As well as utilizing the robust resources of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, which has much archival material open to the public. And I should say that the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum was actually really pivotal in this project in a number of ways. But the simplest is that that's how Anna and I met. We were both postdoctoral fellows at the Holocaust Museum back in 2010. And we connected, I think, really early on because like a lot of people in the Holocaust Museum, when you're doing research, you have a lot of us, not everybody, but a lot of us have a personal connection to it. I mentioned earlier that she's the descendant of people who perished in the Holocaust, and my grandparents met as part of the American Army Air Force and the American Red Cross. And so my grandfather was one of the first liberators and medical doctors to go into Mauthausen. So we had a kind of a very personal connection in thinking about our grandparents' spaces that really, I think, informed our collaborative process to this. So the USHMM was really pivotal. We also used information from the Neuengamme concentration camp documentation online, including their Instagram account, actually, that has some really powerful contemporary images of the site. So this image that you're looking at right now is actually Margaret's identification card from a displaced persons camp. And you might also note that at this point, she spelled her name with 2 N's, but she now spells it with 1 N. And this is the spelling that we utilize in the show. So that's why there's that discrepancy. The actors also carried binders of the script with them on stage. Again, this was a real influence from the Akten auf der Bühne piece from Bremen, because we knew that our actors would not be completely memorizing this, but would be reading the text deliberately. We constantly wanted a reminder of the real Margaret and her presence through the testimony itself. So it was important for us to keep a considerable distance between the actors and the testimony. And of course, this doesn't mean that the actors weren't moved by the words they were speaking or reacted to the testimony with strong emotions in the performance. They absolutely did, but from the beginning, we were both adamant that this not be a performance that purported to be a recreation or a simulacra of the bearing of testimony. Rather, in this play, we strove to create a third performative layer of awareness. This is also reflected in the casting. The role of Anna was read by a performer who's close in age to the real Anna. But Margaret was played by a queer, non-binary femme performer who's in their early 20s and who actually resembles how Margaret looked as a young woman. Deliberately capturing this in one take also meant that the camera amplifies awkward moments and imperfections, like some jerky camera work, losing one's place in the script, forgetting a prop. We didn't edit out these imperfections. We could have. We had several versions, but we chose not to because we wanted to, again, visibilize this stumbling toward our relationship with Margaret's words. And so now I'd like to show you a short trailer with some images of the play and some sound. And I think I might actually need to stop share and reshare to get the video to work with the sound, because I don't believe I shared the sound. I'll just do that one more time.
So that's 5 minutes, Erica.
Fab, thank you.
Wie eiskalt ist dein Händchen, lassen Sie ich warme es. Was nützt das Suchen, zum Finden ist zu dunkel. Bis es der Vollmond der Himmel emporzeigt und überstrahlt es deine Funkel. Erlauben Sie, mein Fräulein, dass ich kursberechtigt gebe, was ich wohl bin, was ich treibe und was ich erlebe, was ich bin, so hören Sie.
Oh no, so sorry, Siobhan's just told me that the video actually didn't, you didn't actually get to see the picture. Can I just show it real quick? Sorry.
Sure.
I'll just put it on the background and I'll just put the music. You can just sort of watch it. I'll mute it. Thank you, Siobhan, for letting me know. Great. So I'll just let this play while I talk a little bit more. So thank you, Siobhan. So one of the things that we were really, I think, focused on is how to tell this story in a way that's not sentimental. And what that meant was for particularly the actor playing Margot, becoming comfortable with telling a joke on stage, or becoming comfortable with delivering a line in a way that actually was much more akin to how Margot delivered it, not a kind of a somewhat, I hate to say this, but a superficial notion of what Holocaust testimony might sound like, or one might expect it to sound like. Of course, it's a really very difficult story, but the issue for us was to capture, to create a distance, but not to kind of put a sentimental thickening on the piece. This also meant that we thought quite a lot about this next image here. All right, let's see if I can, there we go. So this image here, for example, shows two different approaches to a kind of, these are two pieces of footage that I shot for one scene as a backdrop, where Margot describes this very difficult experience she had facing extreme hunger and an episode of sexual assault. And so one of the things that, and I originally also thought, okay, it has to be this dark, rainy night, it was really stormy one night. I woke up, these are both my kitchen, by the way, and backyard. But I realized at a certain point that I was also falling into this this kind of trap of the this sentimentalizing aesthetically, and so stepped back, and then we ended up going with the brighter piece because quite frankly, you see in films this sort of like Holocaust weather, and it's really important to step away from that, I think, and create a much more kind of real present day approach to historical memory. So the silver lining of our decision to capture the play on camera means that we've been able to tour the show digitally. And so far we've been able to bring the show to the LGBT Museum San Francisco, Wiener Holocaust Library in London. And in June, we're going to actually bring it to the Neuengamme concentration camp. If you'd like to learn more, Anna and I co-authored an article that was just published in February in The Conversation, the link to which I will put in the chat right now. And I would just say we're incredibly grateful for Margot's willingness to both, give her testimony and to trust us to work with it and take it into a direction that none of us had anticipated initially. Margot had participated in one earlier theater project that had collected testimonies from a range of survivors. And in this, she spoke of the extreme hardship she experienced in the camps, but not about her first love. So I have to admit that it was a feeling of pure relief when Margot approved of how we handled her story and what we've done with it. And so Anna actually just visited Margot just this past weekend to continue the conversation. So I hope to include a further layering reflecting on the performance in an upcoming iteration of The Amazing Life of Margot Heumann. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Erica, for sharing that. And actually, thank you for all the panelists so far. I feel very humbled to be part of a panel with you all. I'm going to share my screen. He says. There it is. Okay. There it is. Okay, so hopefully you should now be able to see my PowerPoint presentation. And I'm going to be throwing the conversation somewhere else as we finish today's set of panels. After this presentation, we'll be heading into a Q&A, which I'll do my best to navigate the chat after I've presented, and then we'll straightway head into a roundup with Pam and I. So I've retitled my piece. The question is not what can the university do for us? The question is what can we do for the university? And I'm going to be speaking specifically around scenography, oral history, and championing others' expertise. The quote is from a lady called Pamela Franklin, who, if you're coming tomorrow, you'll meet, and they lead the Caribbean Social Forum. Pamela was speaking to me over coffee and cake as I launched a widening participation programme at the Bathway Theatre in 2017 called What About Us? Empowering Community Voices, an observation which has deeply impacted my thinking about the role of universities and their theatres in the local community and how we might rethink about what our work is. As I've said, my name is David Hockham, and I'm the theatre manager of the Bathway Theatre, the University of Greenwich's dedicated drama facility in Woolwich, where we'll be live tomorrow. There I lecture in production and technical theatre, digital performance and scenography. And if you're unfamiliar with the term, scenography is a way of thinking about how different theatre making methods come together to stage performance. I use scenography in my research as a way of thinking about how component parts, both people and materials, come together to form assemblages and worlds with both formal and informal structures. And I'm keen that those structures are not hidden. So for example, we might consider my home office today as a layered space by the story of a longer than thought out decoration project behind me, the props of a touring show, and a person undertaking multiple roles, both in my professional and private life. And because I work for a university, I am particularly interested in their structures and ways of working. I look to how we might use performance theories to rethink how universities operate within local, national, and global communities. And today I begin to think through the ways in which the plural oral histories of our communities might be championed by universities as a way to decolonize, or as Assistant Professor Jill Carter offered earlier today, re-world our spaces, recognizing a need to work with people outside of an institutional bubble. This augments performance scholars Swati Arora's work, who argues that universities should be leaky spaces where knowledge flows into communities. I instead argue that waters ebb and flow, suggesting that organizations, including universities, need to open up and allow the rivers of knowledge from local communities to flow back into them. An argument which has been recently made with Jean Campbell, Adele Chambers, Pamela Franklin, Professor Tracy Reynolds, Shamika Ruddock, and Professor Ingrid Pollard in a paper soon to be published in Research in Drama and Education, which examines the ways in which universities work with communities and supports the archiving of oral histories through arts and performance projects. And the DIY should be listed in the chat. Hopefully it'll be published in the next couple of weeks. Before I turn to this, a little bit about me. My PhD, which I defend in 2 weeks' time, is in pedagogy and learning, specifically about how we teach technical theatre in higher education. In it, I frame technical theatre as multiple performance making or scenography methods, which is to say methods of production and technical theatre come together to stage performance and create worlds. And I've been using parts of my PhD's critical framework to expand my thinking in wider contexts. I'm also a producer of theatre and arts projects, and this happens in 2 contexts. The first is with an internationally touring theatre company, Dead Rabbit Theatre. This company produces highly visual and physical performance to tell true stories, often centred around strong female protagonists. And we're currently touring Tiger Lady, the story of Mabel Stark, the first female tiger tamer in North America. And this is currently touring digitally nationwide at the moment and heads to Edinburgh this August. So if you're around in Edinburgh, please buy a ticket, and I've particularly added the link in the chat. Secondly, since 2017, I produce and support community projects with organisations who work in the university's Bathway Theatre. In this space, I've been interested in the ways in which identities intersect and have been developing with others equitable frameworks of co-producing activity with universities. Co-publishing with Tatiana Ellis, Erica Roll, and Dr. Pamela Zigamo in 2020, an equitable framework which we call Open Third Space. It considers, within universities' partnerships, the 3 pillars of relationships, resources, and results. Today, I consider how oral history methods and the performance of oral histories might support change in university and wider institutional spaces, so that plural voices might be heard at the centre of an organisation with those who have power. Tomorrow, I'll be chairing a panel of 2 community organisations, Avant Gardening and the Caribbean Social Forum, with whom I have worked on oral history projects together over the last couple of years, one of which culminated in the Let Our Legacy Continue exhibition, as seen on the BBC, which was both live at the University of Greenwich's Stephen Lawrence Gallery and is now online. This work has been co-produced with Professor Tracy Reynolds, a professor in sociology and expert in participatory arts practice, and arts practitioners along with the Caribbean Social Forum, a group of over 600 Caribbean elders, the now called Windrush generation, the same team who co-wrote the previously mentioned RIDE article. And I dropped in the chat the link to the Let Our Legacy Continue exhibition. The second group, Avant Gardening, are currently using arts in their Bijou Stories projects to collect and retell the stories of LGBT+ people. Both Pamela from the Caribbean Social Forum and Paul from Avant Gardening and the Bijou Story project will talk to these projects in more details tomorrow. It is through my work at Bathway where I met Pam Schweitzer. In 2018, she invited me to work on a large EU project. In this project, archived oral histories from the Reminiscent Theatre Archive, alongside gathered testimonies through filmed interviews, were pulled together through papers, film, and social media clips as a web resource. The project looking to counter hostile Brexit immigration narratives, a body of work shared with and co-created with 10 other EU organisations. Today, I'm going to be sharing my observations in how this work connects. It will extend the work on open third space and showcase some of the methods and concepts soon to be published in RIDE. I will offer the performance of oral histories as a way to begin to disseminate and think through the knowledge held within communities, to understand community expertise. This shifts the paradigm of what universities can do for from what universities can do for communities to what can people in communities do for us. A strategy to create a civic institution where the work of engagement becomes essential rather than an add-on. Where the question, who do we need to work with, is said instead of, what can we do for you? By seeing people in communities as experts, we need to understand and champion their knowledge and allow them to influence what we do. And this doesn't just apply to universities. This weekend, I stumbled across Ned Glazier's Twitter feed, who is artistic director of Theatre 3. What struck me is that the argument I make today for universities is very similar to that of Ned, who looks to change the way theatres think about participation strategies. I argue that the learning from participatory theatre and performance projects could be applied to wider institutions and disciplines. Here I frame oral history performance as participation, as it requires the working with others. To make my case, I will bring together the learning from my work over the past 5 years and begin to share a language, framework, and set of thinking which might be used by universities and wider organisations to centre our work in the communities we reside. And I'll use the language of scenography to discuss and think through the methods of performance practice and oral history projects, and use this as an analogy to think about wider institutional practices and activity. To begin, I reflect on the open third space framework, which draws attention to 3 pillars of participatory practice: relationships, resources, and results. In our co-authored article, we describe relationships as a shorthand to frame the complex ways in which people come together across multiple social and situated activities. Here, social refers to the ways in which people come together to undertake projects and activity. The term situated recognises the ways in which the context of projects affect activity. This is considered in both the broadest sense, to include the wider social, cultural, and historical context, but also in the highly local sense, speaking to the specific place, time, and people involved. It recognises that every time we come together to do something new, we are negotiating the ways in which we work with others in situ. And this is true for both new encounters and collaborations, as well as teams who are more acquainted with each other.
5 minutes ago, Dave.
Each time we undertake activity, we need to adjust, align, and orientate ways of working, building levels of trust between those involved. This is potentially, at times, difficult to navigate. If oral histories are at the centre of an arts project, there is likely a reason why we have chosen this method, both in terms of content sourcing, documenting, and then representing. I'm keen to understand who the protagonists in these works are. Whose idea was it to do this work? A specific community or from an organisation like a university? Coupled with this question is why. These questions are important if we are to understand the drivers of the work, but also ultimately the legacy or result. What is to be made? How will it come together? Will it have benefit to all those who engage in the project in lasting and meaningful ways? Across the three projects I have mentioned, the Let Our Legacy Continue project with the Caribbean Social Forum, Bijou Stories and Avant-Garding, and the EU Open European Societies project with Pam, who the project was for, the reasons why they came about, the relationships within project teams and final products looked and felt very different. Each forged different types of relationships across different types of stakeholders. Pamela Franklin was the protagonist of the Let Our Legacy Continue project, looking to capture the memories of her mother's generation and sharing plural Caribbean stories from elders from across the Caribbean territories who had journeyed from multiple territories to the UK. It looked to recognise the heterogeneous nature of these journeys and ensure these voices were not written out of history in the same way as Theresa May's government disposed of the multiple legal documents of Caribbean people in the Windrush scandal. The project story is able to be shared with children and grandchildren through the online gallery. The protagonist in Bijou Stories is Paul Green, a queer artist who has created an LGBT+ arts collective. They are seeking people to join the project to capture untold histories, platforming the untold histories of queer communities in London. Whilst the EU project, which looked to tackle rising xenophobia and racism across Europe, attempted to tell the plural stories of EU migration within each country, engaging with 11 different countries and 12 partner organisations, asking for dissemination at different scales, local, national, and across EU territories. How a project is orientated, be it local, national, or international, changes the relationship between the oral history storytellers and the final product, redefining what success looks like for those involved. These three examples have led me to consider oral history story projects as having protagonists, those who step forward to instigate projects, who identify the need to understand plural perspectives, championing the different ways histories play out and are remembered. These protagonists become advocates in projects teams to hear the multiple stories of communities and champion their expert knowledge. As such, oral history projects have at their heart storytellers, those who share their story. Within this, we begin to form a language to consider the relationships of those involved, storytellers and project team. Recognizing the different positions of people in oral history projects, the ways in which projects are navigated, and the orientating ruptures which arise as different stakeholders share different ways of working, thinking, and understanding, are scenographic markers. They are the part of the language of scenography, and in turn, the language allows us to reflect on the methods we are using and the ways in which power is distributed in equitable or unequitable ways. Here, I argue that scenography, as a critical lens, allows us to consider the ways in which projects come together, to scrutinize the component parts, and in so doing, change ways of working to ensure that projects benefit all of the partners involved and leave a legacy. Having discussed relationships and results, the final pillar in the equitable framework is resources. And it considers all resources, such as space, time, and personnel, as finite entities. Now, you could argue that because of this, we need to be strategic with how we lend our time, who we offer our time to, and what projects we do. But there's a problem with this approach, with a sense of rationing, because we risk only engaging with networks we are familiar with and close down conversations which might feel risky or simply uncertain. Instead, I head back to the question, what can people do for us? What do I need from others? And on a personal level, removing any sense of altruism allows us to think like producers or artists. What am I doing this for? Is it for kicks, quids, money, or kudos? How does what I'm about to do extend, augment, or shift my work or personal narrative? What are the opportunities it may open up? And from an institutional perspective, we can ask the same questions and be transparent about it. Why are we doing this work? Conversations on funding, where, with, and what, and who are obvious questions at the start of any arts project. What is perhaps less considered is a recognition of the expertise of the people telling their story. Clearly, we have placed people in front of a microphone for a reason, because we believe their story has value. But what about the individual who's voicing the story? How might their lived experience change the ways in which the story is told? Or how might their skill change the methods in which the work is made? Or how might the person's story change what we are doing? One of the concepts I have become interested in within my PhD has been the concept of trans-situated expertise. The term, which is taken from practice theorist Nicolini and their co-authored work, is where they observed TAVI heart surgery. And it speaks to the ways in which it's not always the most qualified or most senior person who comes forward to operate, but rather the person who has the most direct situated experience with the problems as they arise. Within my PhD, I use heart surgery as an analogy to think about the making of performance. I recognize the multiple ways of working, the different types of expertise in spaces, and the different challenges which arise out of emerging situating contexts. And within the RIDE article, I offer the term trans-situated expertise as a way of recognizing the expertise of those involved in the project, both project team and storytellers, where the different expert skills support projects to be both navigated and produced. The scenographic terms orientation, ruptures, navigation, scale, protagonists, project teams, and experts speak to the methods of producing oral history performance. I argue that scenography as a set of concepts and way into analysing methods might support equitable assemblages and ways of working. If we consider performance-making methods, such as those of oral histories, as an analogy of wider ways in which activity in institutions are constructed, a way of thinking about how materials and people come together to undertake work activity, then perhaps we might be able to shift our thinking. We might use the questions which arise out of oral history methods and ask them in wider contexts. And we might begin to understand how to answer, what can people in communities do for a university, actively seeking out others and becoming surprised by our collaborations, partners, and projects. Thank you.